When the people's will is swayed by a con man's cheap charade, despite the crass misogyny and blatant hypocrisy, when the fascist voices swell, we hear echoes of the past. They vilify the immigrants, the leftists and outcasts, when the opposition croaks and the people just don't vote for the same old tired rhetoric of neoliberal politics. We must organize the fight for our universal rights, for democracy and empathy to permeate this life. For it's not the immigrant who labors for some bread, who's making us toil till we drop dead. No, it's not minorities or peer-reviewed authorities, or queer folks and trans folks, or a multitude of deities. I say all are your comrades and none are your enemies, in the momentous fight against all bourgeois priorities. Freedom is not those traditional values crafted from bigotry and classist realities. Freedom is freedom to move and disobey, to rely on one another to keep would-be kings at bay. Say none of us can stand alone against their power. We must stand together and make them cower. For the laws of this land have us used and abused, owned and subordinate to our patriarchal roots. I say it's high time we reinvent this whole operation to make mutual benefit our sole occupation. Because freedom is freedom to move and disobey, to rely on one another to keep would-be kings at bay. Say none of us can stand alone against their power. We must stand together and make them cower. Here we go. Yes, freedom is freedom to move and disobey, to rely on one another to keep would-be kings at bay. Say none of us can stand alone against their power. Rise proletariats and make them cower.
In a pleasant wooded valley lived a huntsman tall and able. He relied on skill and cunning for the food upon his table. He would walk the forest shadows with his little son in tow, teaching him the archer's art and all that he should know. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low, for the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. In the valley there was freedom and a man was left to living, but as year gave way to year the ruling men grew less forgiving. On a day as black as death a governor to rule them came, turning landsmen into slaves, and Gessler was his name. In the center of the village Gessler set a lofty pillar, and he ordered every subject, be he serf or be he miller, to do homage to the hat that Gessler placed atop the pole, or to forfeit to the crown his life if not his soul. But the huntsman William Tell came into town the morning after. William heard of Gessler's order and could only roar with laughter. Honest men should hold a rank above a petty autocrat. I would never bow to him, I'll not bow to his hat. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low, for the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. Gessler's soldiers seized the huntsman and his little son for treason, but the people of the village cried for mercy and for reason. Gessler stays the execution, but a cruel test contrives. Prove to me your skill, and you may ransom back your lives. I have heard it said you have no peer with longbow and with arrow, that your shaft can find the quickest hare and fell the smallest sparrow. On the head of your young son I'll place an apple ripe and red. Split it with one shot, or at my word you both are dead. William Tell went to his son and said, I swear I will not hurt you. Courage will not bow to fear, nor shall this evil conquer virtue. Turn your face towards our home and stand as still as any tree. I will split the apple, we shall soon be home and free. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low, for the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. Every tongue was still and silent as the archer paced the distance. Gessler's soldiers lined the square and there was no hope of resistance. William knocked a single arrow, put his shoulders back and drew. Then the arrow sang and split the apple clean in two. All at once the crowd erupted into cheers and into chatter, and a second arrow fell from William's quiver with a clatter. Gessler said, why hold two arrows when I bid you shoot but one? That one would have found your heart if I had shot my son. Take the archer now and hang him, Gessler to his men was crying. But before the soldiers moved, the archer and his son were flying. From the shelter of the wood, the hunter loosed a final dart. Gessler died with William's arrow buried in his heart. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low, for the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low, for the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow.
Those who make peaceful revolution impossible will make violent revolution inevitable.
Yes, we have to deny so many claims from us to meet our shareholders' expectations.
Including children, have lost their health insurance.
What's so frustrating is that politicians have spent decades saying they recognize the problem and they make promises to do something, and then almost nothing happens.
You know what they say to themselves in the dark. It's only a crime if you don't wear a tie. We keep them all busy paying their fines. Hear the epiphany, light up the spark. You know what they say to themselves in the dark. It's only a crime if you don't
Seniors
wear a
are
tie.
the fastest growing segment of the homeless population.
And this is a great thing because it inspires everybody, gets some motivation to look up to the 1% and say,
now they're looking at your vote, they're looking at your anger, and they're moving to apprehend those who say something in anger.
This is the role our nation has taken, the role of those who make peaceful revolution impossible by refusing to give up the privileges and the pleasures that come from the immense profits of overseas investments.
Hello, 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 everyone. How we doing? We are live. Talking news and conservative brain rot. Get in the boat. Twitch, YouTube, and riverboat.gg. Oh, that's a cute look. I like that one. Good morning, Mithril. Good morning, Banana Brains. Good morning, Polyaz's Cracker. Hello, Regington Mogus. Hello, Carpe Pax. Hello, Punky Gal. Hello, Nightlight Plushy Jesus. Hello, Kraken Pill 2, the sequel to Kraken Pill 1, The Krakening. Hello, Hunger Games 1989. Hello, Cursed Chaos. Hello, Swoopy VCR. Hello, Danger Days. Hello, A Cab Includes Tone Police. Hello, Lemony fucking Snicket. Hello, House of Mates. Hello, Banana Brains. Hello, Mithril. Hello, Look at the Threes. Or the Trees, even. Hello, Mr. Miyagi. Hello, Starm. Hello, Jay. Hello, Sabcat. Hello, Nethercat. Hello, Snoogin. Hello, Gamer G. Hello, Trains and Bullshit. Hello, Eddie666. Hello, Somnio Static. Hello, the Punk Monk. Hello, Salmon Moose. Hello, Ashley J. Curtis. Hello, Alexis Vandam. Hello, Depraved Ambiance. Hello, Bastion. Hello, everyone. Hello, Blue. Hello, what? Hello, Zaworldo. Hello, everyone. Hello, M Drive. Hello, Vile Halfling. How we all doing, folks? Lemony fucking Snicket? Yeah, we got Lemony fucking Snicket over in the YouTube comments. Hello, Sophie Bliss. Also, an excellent reminder to change YouTube chat to live chat so I can see all of your shining faces. I'm actually pretty good. Hell yeah. I made some oatmeal cookies and I hope they're gonna turn out good. I made beans and used up some ground beef in said beans. So I'm real excited about this kind of black bean chili situation I've pioneered. In my context, obviously black bean chili has existed for a while. Hello, Rhyme Jack. I'd love to help you, Baudelaire orphans, but I'm a family practitioner, indeed. Oatmeal cookies always turn out good. My secret is that I put in some chia seeds and they act as like a little bit of an extra binding ingredient to make the oatmeal cookies that much chewier, and it's really good. That sounds good as fuck, actually. It you know, I've had a couple bites of it to test the spices I threw in there, and it tastes pretty goddamn good. I can't believe I'm Riverboat Jack, the inventor of black bean chili. Don't let anyone tell you differently. A lot of people think it's Augustus C. Chili, but no, it's actually me, Riverboat Jack. He'll never get my recipe. I could eat infinite Frito pies. Hell yeah. You should try making some Anzac biscuits. That sounds like something a Klingon would eat. Okay, but see, my mom has a chocolate oatmeal cookie recipe that is basically a hunk of chocolate full of oatmeal. It's delicious. That does sound good. Are the cookies in the shape of heads? I mean, aren't most cookies in the shape of heads? Circles? Me loves chili. Okay. Full disclosure, my chili was just I made Cuban black beans, and there's some really good recipes out there for that. And that I threw in, like I beforehand I browned some meat and seasoned that and threw that in the chili.
Please use this to save those adorable Baudelaire orphans.
Eddie 666, it will go to a good cause to save those adorable Baudelaire orphans. Did I miss anything good yet? No, no, you did not. I just started. Park Jimin sipping Sprite through a straw.jpg. Oh god, I love your username so much, chat. It's a constant source of joy for me. Turkey chili is an abomination? Not if you make it right. Question, can you cook a fried egg in an air fryer? I genuinely have no idea because I've never tried it. I don't know why one would do that, but I have no idea. I guess it depends on your air fryer, because most of them have like, you know, like a mesh bottom to the air fryer. I imagine that'd be difficult to get an egg on. Weird cooking experiment stream when? Whenever I have the setup to record in a kitchen. So you guys got to get me a bigger house. Because I tried that last time. It was an absolute disaster. I can't recommend. Don't ask why. Why are all of you so desperate to air fry an egg, guys? You could just fry an egg on the stove in a pan. It takes like a minute. Why are you all out here air frying eggs? I'm very confused. I'm not disappointed. I'm just confused. I did it to make ramen eggs with a soft yolk inside. Well, that's intriguing. I want to hear more about that. You can cook eggs in the oven, so I imagine you could use an air fryer as well if you're daring enough. And I love the implication there that, like, in order to make eggs in an air fryer, you have to be like some kind of dashing airship captain. In like some kind of Final Fantasy RPG situation. Hey, Borf Boo. Everyone knows the only one capable of frying an egg in an air fryer in Final Fantasy 12 is Balthier. We all know it. Oven eggs? Yeah, it's how you make cloud eggs, guys. Guys, you can do so many different things with just eggs. You guys gotta open your horizons. If you're on the fence about oven eggs, you guys need to look up how to make cloud eggs, because it's literally a life-changing event. You can be sure the air fryer was created by a man named Sid. God. Oof. You can also bake eggs in tomato sauce, and it's amazing. Ooh, if you're gonna do that, just go the extra step and do some make some shakshuka. It's so fucking good. Spicy tomato sauce and eggs, and like it combines to perfection with some spice. If you want like a spicy egg situation, shakshuka is gonna be life changing for you. Okay, get some harissa in there. Sadly, I do not enjoy eggs, and I want to see a fried egg and I'm like, damn, that looks good. Fried eggs do look good. Spicy what? Spicy harissa? I don't know. Harissa. You can get like a pretty decent jar of it at Trader Joe's, actually. Surprisingly enough. I don't know what that is. It's like a chili paste, but it's like a Middle Eastern or North African like chili paste. It's really, really tasty. But you combine the chili paste with some like tomatoes. It's really good. Can we drop a link? I don't have a link. I don't have a link to it. I'm sorry. Hello, Andrew S. Yeah, harissa. Harissa. I'll stick to my gochujang chicken. Harissa is very similar to gochujang, but like maybe a little bit less. I don't know. Gochujang's kind of like kind of sticks to you, you know. Harissa's a little bit lighter, I think. I lied. I like deviled eggs. Deviled eggs are good as shit. And chat. Just gonna throw this up on screen real quick. Let's see. Oh, mommy. My granny makes the best deviled eggs. You know, grannies do tend to like perfect like deviled egg making. It's really cool. Maybe it's because like they have a little bit more time and they can spend like that prepping the deviled eggs. Deviled eggs are amazing. My GI tract disagrees, but that's my wife's problem. Hey, my wife, very nice. Hey, C. Selkie, finally signed up only to come into a stream again. I hear that. I'm sorry, C. Selkie. Thanks for jumping over to the Riverboat site, though. My favorite egg is sunny side up with French toast. Oh, hell yeah. French toast is so good. Are eggs expensive? I don't know. I'm a vegan. I mean, they're not like super expensive unless you're like eating eggs like every fucking day. They did get a lot more expensive. They spiked. But now they've kind of leveled out. Question about Mamdani. If he wins the primary, what are his chances at winning the election there? Basically, if you win the mayoral primary in the Democratic Party in New York City, you win the election. And I know I'm oversimplifying that, but that's historically how that goes in New York City. French toast always ends up a little dry. Yo, then you've been having bad French toast. The best French toast is like light and airy. It's so good when it's done right. It is really bad when it's done poorly, though. I actually forgot that there was the actual election to come. Yeah, the New York City primary is just that's where like it's actually interesting in New York City. Got to return the phone now because it's pretty much useless given a lot of stuff I wanted to do doesn't work. Well, I'm sorry, C. Selkie. That sounds sucky. Also, yes, Zoran Mamdani and Brad Lander have teamed up. Like Goku and Krillin. That's right, everyone.
GOP always posture about being pro-military, but seeing a bunch of vets do a protest sitting on the Capitol steps warmed my heart. And the police arrest and haul off an 80-yo vet, not good.
Yeah, very true. Also, Andrew S, thank you for the the $10 super chat. Appreciate that very much. Yes, Comrade Girl 2018, they are cross endorsing each other. And so they're like basically pooling their support for each other so that, you know, if one to help one of them win, you know, essentially. And that's so good. What's this dono goal? Is that a surprise? Well, tonight we're doing a cumulative adventure through dono goals. And because I have some brain rot for you guys, but I figure you might all want an out from brain rot. So, well, when we hit 20 subs, I'm gonna go do my makeup and, you know, put on a presentable outfit, and then we're gonna go from there. Okay, we're gonna have an evolving stream tonight. Yeah, Brad Lander used to in Brad Lander's election to become city comptroller, he had AOC's endorsement. AOC endorsed Zoran Mamdani this time, so like they're doing the whole thing. Sweaters are presentable, yeah, of course they are, but I mean like something slutty. Let's see here. Yeah, basically what I'm trying to get at, guys, is that if you win the Democratic primary in New York City, you've basically 90% of the way towards being mayor of New York City. I can't remember. Let me check. Boo, boo, boo. Let's see here. Yeah, historically, New York City goes blue. Like, you have to go back to Bloomberg for a Republican, Rudy Giuliani, obviously. But then before that, you had David Dinkins, you had Ed Koch, you had Abraham Beam, you had like, you know, going back from between like this like 70s to like the early 90s, it was a Democratic stronghold, and then it's been Democratic ever since the 2013. So it's a thing. It's a thing. Makeup, but you're already really pretty. Thank you. But yes, I haven't done my makeup today because I've been stressed and trying to figure out what to talk about today. Because obviously, what I want to talk about today is like Iran and Israel. Because I know a lot of people are really upset and worried about that. But part of the issue with covering that topic is that there's simultaneously so much going on, but also we're just so limited by what information is publicly available, what is actually happening, you know, etc. And there are also, you know, long gaps where nothing really happens. And so it's a whole thing. We're going to try and deal with that as we go. Cute Dark Arts. Daddy. Awooga. Just wanted to say that you've taught me so much about getting involved in my community, and because of you, I've learned about the resources and communities around me. Can't go to the No Kings protest tomorrow due to my disability, but know that you have fundamentally changed the way I see the usefulness of political action. Hope anyone going tomorrow sends a message and keeps their spirit strong. Hell yeah, Plant. Hell yeah. Squish. Hello, Paladin. What do we need 18 submarines for? It's our first step on the way to bigger and better things, but when we hit 20, I'll do my makeup. The stress has felt like I'm drowning lately. It's really hard. Yeah. And so, it's difficult to talk about. And also, there's only so much we can do about some of these problems. Like, there's only so much we can do about what's happening right now between Israel and Iran. And most of the next upcoming big things we can do are tomorrow.
To all of you that will be out protesting No Kings Saturday, stay hydrated and be safe.
Hell yes. Ashley, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. Very much appreciated. Very, very much appreciated. I will be attending No Kings tomorrow. Hell yeah. Also, maybe we should talk about that a little bit. When I told my mom I was going to the protest tomorrow, she said she wants to join. Now I have a buddy. Hell yeah, Andrew S. And okay, maybe we should talk about this a little bit in depth, right? Because I've been seeing a lot of lefty types talking about these protests. I've been seeing a lot of them kind of shitting on, like, oh, how could you bring a baby to a protest? How could you bring an elderly person to a protest? How could you do that? Blah, 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 blah. And it's like, it's actually good if you do that. Paladin, thank you for the 15 community subs over on Twitch. My God, thank you very, very much. Well, that got us over the line for sure. I will go do my makeup in a minute. I just want to get this thought out because I will definitely forget if I go do my makeup and come back. But I've been... Thank you very much, Paladin.
Do you want to tank? Do you want to fight? Do you want a class that'll instill fright? Take up some plate and keep the goblins in sight, because you want to make sure they eat this paladin smite! Fuck you, gods. If you want me to play your game of ethics, you can kiss my shiny plate mail. Alright, fine. Wait a minute, what the hell is that noise?
But essentially, guys, like, don't shit on people doing that. Okay? More people can come out when they can bring their kids. More people can come out when, they feel like it's safe to bring an elderly person there. And also, guys, and this is the truth of it makes it harder to take political and PR actions against a group of people that are like a bunch of elderly people and kids. It makes it difficult to paint the group of protesters as evil, evil Antifa super soldiers, when there's literally like a parade of toddlers in the middle of the political protest. Like, that's actually good. And if the police do actually take action, which would be horrible, and they should not do that, that is going to look incredibly bad for the regime that is cracking down on peaceful protests. That looks incredibly, incredibly bad. So this is, I guess, a fundamental disagreement, but like the idea that like, oh, there's no room in the protest for your 90-year-old grandma. In this case, in the particular time and moment we're in right now, getting your 90-year-old grandma to go out to the protest is an excellent 10 out of 10 idea, I don't know. Did you hear about the ICE agents who maced a toddler? Yeah. Everyone that can should get out there and protest them. Like, mass mobilize. That's the entire premise. And that's kind of the issue, right? Like people are like, oh man, it'd be incredibly bad if they did this thing that they might do. And it's like, yeah. The point is to make it so devastatingly bad to do that they aren't going to do that. Or if they do it, that in turn incites more people into turning out next time. That is one of the mechanisms of protest. It's also, by the way, how it worked during the civil rights era. You know, overwhelmingly peaceful protests being met with state violence turns out to not be super great for an authoritarian-minded state. It radicalizes people. Exactly, Carpe Pax. I am going to go do my makeup. I will be right back. Don't go anywhere, folks.
This is a brand new song. This is the first time. You are the first.
No more water. No more water. No more water. Fire.
Fire next time. Come gather, my children, come gather to me.
The sky in the west is as dark as the sea. The air tastes of embers, it claws at your eyes.
And I hear the horsemen are following behind. No more water. No more water. No more water. Fire. Fire next time. Old Noah cried, hear me, the water will come and wreak mighty judgment on everyone. I warn you, my people, the time is not long for changing our ways, for righting our wrong. No more water. No more water. No more water. Fire. Fire next time. The people dismissed and denied and delayed, long after the rivers were swollen with rain, and only when floodwaters swallowed their cries did the sign of the rainbow appear in the sky. No more water. No more water. No more water. Fire. Fire next time. The Lord said your family alone has been spared, and all of creation I leave in your care. But do not mistake me, remember my sign. I'll send no more water, but fire next time. No more water. No more water. No more water. Fire. Fire next time. Thank you.
Would you have freedom from wage slavery and join in the grand industrial band? Would you from misery and hunger be free and come do your share like a man?
There is power in the band of working men when they stand hand in hand. That's the power that must rule in every land, one industrial union grand.
Would you have sharings the gold in the sky and live in a shack away in the back? Would you have wings up in heaven to fly and starve here with rags on your back?
There is power in the band of working men when they stand hand in hand. That's the power that must rule in every land, one industrial union land.
If you've had enough of the blood of the lamb, then join in the grand industrial band. If for a change you would have eggs and ham, come do your share like a man.
There is power in the band of working men when they stand hand in hand. That's the power that must rule in every land, one industrial union band.
Well, if you like sluggers to beat off your head, then don't organize or unions despise. If you are nothing before you are dead, shake hands with your boss and the wise.
There is power in the band of working men when they stand hand in hand. That's the power that must rule in every land, one industrial union band.
Oh, come, O ye workers from every land, join in the grand industrial band. Then we our share of this earth shall demand. Come do your part like a man.
There is power in the band of working men when they stand hand in hand. That's the power that must rule in every land, one industrial union band.
Would you take contently what's put in your hand, less than you earn with one leg to stand? Would you believe what they tell you to be, or with brothers go out and see?
There is power in the band of working men when they stand hand in hand. That's the power that must rule every land, one industrial union band. There is power in those band working men when they stand hand in hand. That's the power that must rule in every land, one industrial union band, one industrial union band, one industrial union band.
Oh, take my hand in your hand and walk with me to the promised land. Beat your drum and join the band, and we'll chase away the clouds of the morning. We don't need any more than we are. We don't have to be afraid. There is a power in these legs and arms and the voices that we can raise, saying no, we won't go away. I have heard the crowds of the old and the young when the steel canyons echoed with the songs that were sung, and the streets were filled and the law was undone, and the fever of the people was breaking. We don't need any hand-me-downs. We're not looking for charity. We machine. There's another day just about to unfold when another world will rise from the ashes of the old, and the meek will follow in the footsteps of the bold when we realize what's ours for the taking. We don't need any weapons of war, not a drop of blood will fall away. They are many, but we are many more, and the sky will echo our refrain. No, we won't go away. Whoa, 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 whoa. The time it will come all over the earth. We will lay down our tools, their concessions we'll refuse. When there's nothing left to lose, just throw our bodies on the gears and stop this infernal machine. I'm gonna tell you fascists, you may be surprised. The people in this country are getting organized. You're bound to lose, you fascists, bound to lose. I'm gonna tell you workers, when you cash your checks, they say America first, but they mean America's next. You're bound to lose, you fascists, bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. You're bound to lose, you fascists bound to lose. People of every color marching side by side, marching across these fields where 1 million fascists died. You're bound to lose, you fascists bound to lose. I'm going into battle, gonna take my Union gun, and I ain't gonna lay it down till every battle's won. You're bound to lose, you fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. You're bound to lose, you fascists bound to lose. This hatred cannot break us, but I'm learning quick. Our children won't be sold on your poison rhetoric. You're bound to lose, you fascists bound to lose. Here comes a big machine surrounding all your hate, forcing it to surrender. Now it's getting late. You're bound to lose, you fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. You're bound to lose, you fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. You're bound to lose, you fascists bound to lose. You're bound to lose, you fascists bound to lose.
When the union's inspiration through the workers' blood shall run, there can be no power greater anywhere beneath the sun. Yet what force on earth is weaker than the feeble strength of one? But the union makes us strong. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the union makes us strong. Is there aught we hold in common with the greedy parasite, who would lash us into serfdom and would crush us with his might? Is there anything left to us but to organize and fight? For the union makes us strong. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the union makes us strong.
They say our day is over, they say our time is through. They say you need no union if your collar isn't blue. Well, that is just another lie the boss is telling you, for the union makes us strong.
Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the union makes us strong. They divide us by our color, they divide us by our tongue. They divide us men and women, they divide us old and young. But they'll tremble at our voices when they hear these verses sung. For the union makes us strong. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the union makes us strong. They have taken untold millions that they never toiled to earn. But without our brain and muscle, not a single wheel can turn. We can break their haughty power, gain our freedom when we learn that the union makes us strong. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the union makes us strong. In our hands is placed a power greater than their hoarded gold, greater than the might of armies magnified 1,000-fold. We can bring to birth a new world from the ashes of the old, for the union makes us strong. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the union makes us strong. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the union makes us strong.
You noble diggers all, stand up now, stand up now. You noble diggers all, stand up now. The wasteland to maintain, see Cavaliers by name. Your digging does maintain, and persons all defame. Stand up now, stand up now. The Cavaliers are foes. Stand up now, stand up now. The Cavaliers are foes. Stand up now. The Cavaliers are foes. Themselves they do disclose by verses not in prose, to police the singing boys. Stand up now, diggers all. The club is all their law. Stand up now, stand up now. The club is all their law. Stand up now. The club is all their law to keep poor men in awe. But they no vision saw to maintain such a law. Stand up now, diggers all. The gentry are all round. Stand up now, stand up now. The gentry are all round. Stand up now. The gentry are all round. On each side they are found. Their wisdom so profound to cheat us of our ground. Stand up now, stand up now. Your houses they pull down. Stand up now, stand up now. Your houses they pull down. Stand up now. Your houses they pull down to fright your men in town. But the gentry must come down and the poor shall wear the crown. Stand up now, diggers all. The lawyers they conjoin. Stand up now, stand up now. The lawyers they conjoin. Stand up now. To arrest you they advise. Such fury they devise. The devil in them lies and hath blinded both their eyes. Stand up now, stand up now. Their self-will is their law. Stand up now, stand up now. Their self-will is their law. Stand up now. Since tyranny came in, they count it now no sin to make a jail a gin, to starve poor men therein. Stand up now, diggers all. The clergy they come in. Stand up now, stand up now. The clergy they come in. Stand up now. The clergy they come in and say it is a sin that we should now begin our freedom for to win. Stand up now, diggers all. The tithes they yet will have. Stand up now, stand up now. The tithes they yet will have. Stand up now. The tithes they yet will have. And lawyers their frees crave. And this they say is brave, to make the poor their slaves. Stand up now, diggers all. 'Gainst lawyers and 'gainst priests. Stand up now, stand up now. 'Gainst lawyers and 'gainst priests. Stand up now. For tyrants they are both, even flat against their oath. To grant us they are loath, free meat and drink and clothes. Stand up now, diggers all. With spades and hoes and plows. Stand up now, stand up now. With spades and hoes and plows. Stand up now. Your freedom to uphold, seeing cavaliers are bold to kill you if they could, and rights from you to hold.
Did you get a chance to read Nathan Grayson's piece about the protests in LA? I nearly wept because of how beautifully written it was.
No, I haven't had a chance to take a look at it, but I'll check it out. Nathan's a great writer. We had him on the show a while back to talk about his latest book, Stream Big. It's quite good. Y'all should check it out. Hello, everyone. I did my makeup. And attempted to tame my hair with a limited amount of success. Hello, everyone. The Third Gray. Is there a track list with all these lovely songs anywhere? Yes, there is.
Before next segment, you willing to do me a favor? It's a bit of a sad one, but it shouldn't take too long.
Sure. Paladin, thank you for the $5 dono. What's up? My cat has been kicked out of my room for being a jerk, but do not pity the prisoner. He had a trial. Do. You don't have to donate subs to get me to read this poem. So this is a poem Paladin Lost requested that I read by Parnia Abbasi, an Iranian poet who passed away. 23 years old. Jesus. So young. That's such a like I know I'm older than a lot of you folks, but just so you understand, when you're just like a little bit older than 23 suddenly becomes that's a baby, you know? So this was published by Paminar Press, translated by Ghazal Mossadegh. A poem by a young Iranian poet, Parnia Abbasi, who, along with her family, all civilians, was killed today in a brutal and unlawful Israeli attack in the Sadr Khan neighborhood of Tehran. And it is titled The Extinguished Star. Gonna turn off alerts real quick. There we go. The Extinguished Star. I wept for the both, for you and for me. You blow at the stars my tears. In your world, the freedom of light; in mine, the chase of shadows. You and I will come to an end. Somewhere, the most beautiful poem in the world falls quiet. You begin somewhere to cry the murmur of life, but I will end. I burn. I'll be that extinguished star in your sky like smoke. War is a terrible thing. I'm sorry, I've been digging my nails into my hands. Most of her block died. Yeah, a lot of what has been coming out about these attacks are really heinous. You know? Yeah. It's there's nothing else to describe it, and I do have to just say, like, there is a part of me that I just despise anyone who cheers on and any of these attacks, any of these back and forths. Like it's horrible. It's absolutely horrible. It is the grinding up of the human soul. You know? And any kind of war that would take place, any kind of the trading from both sides. I don't know. I saw people cheering on Iran's counterattack on social media, and like nothing good comes out of this. You know, nothing good. It's been a rough news day. It really has been, you know. Rest in peace, Parnia Abbasi. All for the ambitions of evil motherfuckers. It really is. You know, like I feel like I feel like so often in our media and stories, like we lose sight that like this is all being done as like a method of distracting from Netanyahu's like war crimes. It's all being done as like a political ploy in Israel. And it's just so fucking infuriating. No, like the for the longest time, Iran has been expected to be like the bigger party. Like, oh yeah, sure, you've been getting bombed. You've been getting bombed to hell and back, but like, you know, show some restraint. Will Iran show restraint? It's like you killed like hundreds of people, bombed their capital, killed like the head of their military. Like, I don't know. Like, I'm hoping that there's, you know, gonna be restraint, but I don't see where this de-escalates. You know? Anyone that has stocks making money from all this war going on deserves to have their wealth stolen from them? Yeah, probably. Probably should, you know, probably should be a thing where we tax war profiteers far more harshly than like any other industry. You know, kind of seems like maybe we should do that in order to dissuade war profiteering. Nothing wrong with Arab people. Very true. Anyway, thank you for sharing that poem with us, Paladin. Very, very much appreciated. I hate how the media frames this as Israel attacking nuclear sites and as being a surgical strike when they're just bombing apartment buildings. It's fucking evil. Well, yeah, I mean, like, also, I don't know how to like put this into less blunt terms, but guys, you know, you can't just like in war, you have military and you have civilian targets, right? If you're just killing civilian scientists, that's just targeted assassinations of civilians. You know, like that would be like targeting a bunch of archaeologists or whatnot.
Thanks for doing that for me.
Oh, Paladin, you did not have to drop those 10 tier 1 subs, but I thank you very, very, very much for supporting the show. Yeah, it's been a rough 24 hours. And now Trump says they should make a deal after the bombing. Yeah, I mean, that's not good. I don't really see that as a thing that's going to happen. Like, if anything, what's going to happen is that this is going to intensify Iran's push for a nuclear weapon, right? Like, if the entire premise here is that, oh, we won't attack you if you give up nuclear weapons, and then you attack them before they have nuclear weapons to stop them from getting nuclear weapons, well, then they're just going to go and rush for the nuclear weapons so that you will stop attacking them. It seems to be like the only deterrent that is actually works in this world, in a geopolitical sense. And a lot of the analysis I've been looking at indicates that Iran is still probably going to be able to fast track nuclear arms production, and they're likely going to after this, you know. Isn't this a plan by Israel to force the U.S. and their allies into wars they want to start? I mean, that is part of the plan. Yes. It's a way of offloading the war onto the United States. Israel bombed 2 days before the talks. Do you think they respect Trump? Absolutely fucking not. Netanyahu has historically been a colossal asshole to U.S. presidents, and U.S. presidents tend to tolerate it because they want the gigantic military base in the Middle East, you know? Or because they're religious nuts who want to fulfill an end times prophecy. And by the way, I can attest to the fact that those people are out there and they are still very vocal about exactly why they want this to happen and how it's going to annihilate everyone in the Middle East. Just in case you're like, oh, well, Christians really support Israel. No, they don't. No, they don't. I'm sorry. Evangelical Christians in their theology are gathering all of the Jews they can into Israel with the belief that God will annihilate them in the apocalypse. It's nuts. I had a person approach me the other day talking about it, like literally laying it out. Yeah, it's the end times. I believe it. You know, took my last vacation with my daughter to California. Rapture's coming, everyone, you know, and more prophecies and dreams are happening. And like, I like those are real people. They are real people and they have a terrifying amount of power in the United States. Yeah, she also did talk about how bike lanes are the devil's work. Yeah. I was raised up in that belief system. It's super fucked up. It is super fucked up, and it's not. It's literally based on like a string of popular novels from like the 70s. Like it's insane how many evangelical Christians believe in this rapture concept and that we're in the end times, and it's almost entirely due to like books like The Late Great Planet Earth. Wait, what? Oh yeah, no, this is a real thing. What the fuck did the bike lanes do? Oh, the bike lanes are similar to like they want to control you with the World Economic Forum and make you live in a 15-minute city where you'll be isolated from everyone and everything else, and that's how they'll be able to control you. You'll live your entire life in just a 15-minute block and you won't be able to escape because they want to control you. Like, yeah. That's the argument is yeah. Also, Left Behind is part of it. But there was a bunch of books. I think I think I packed that one up, sadly. But there's a series by a guy named Hal Lindsey. If you guys are ever interested in like this understanding like this apocalyptic view of the end of the world that evangelical Christians have and how that relates to Israel, you guys can check out like basically any of Hal Lindsey's books, because he lays out his interpretation of the Book of Revelations and relates it to modern day events, at least as of like 1977 or so. And that is what mainstream evangelicals believe related to the end of the world and the Middle East and Israel, and it's insane. Airbnb Portion, thank you for the 6 tier 1 subs over on Twitch. I very, very much appreciate that. Thank you very much, folks. We've now hit 40. I very, very much appreciate that. I'll talk more about that in a second. Jack, I went to a private school ran by a cult leader who taught that Left Behind series was fact. They also went to the movie Stigmata and held Bible study. Yeah, no, a lot of evangelicals treat the rapture as fact, but it's not anywhere in the Bible. That's entirely an invention of like the 1970s evangelical movement. Let's see. My grandpa's a devout Christian and was ranting about it. Yep. I'm waiting for the raptor. Got lost in translation. Da 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 da. It's the second coming. Da 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 da. Just. Oh god. My favorite color is green. I mean, a lot of Christians don't even know the Bible endorses slavery and genocide. Don't you forget that one. All right, folks, I will go change into a different outfit, and then we'll get started on some of the content we have today, huh? How about them apples? All I'll say before I go is that there are so many things happening, and I feel like it's a real sowing season for the GOP, a real sowing season for the for the Republicans and the conservatives here in America, and I don't think they are going to like the reaping season. I don't think they're going to enjoy reaping very much, you know? We doing actual politics or just brain rot? Unfortunately, they're the same thing now. BRB.
So this is a song that we wrote, I wrote with my friend Mike Richardson, who's from southern West Virginia, and it's about the coal mining wars in West Virginia in the 1920s, called the Battle of Blair Mountain. 2, 3, 4. Find a vein, drain the black gold. Hoping to God that the timbers hold. Like my father before me, it's all I know. We live only to harvest the coal. Harvest the coal. Mine owner's mercy, about as shallow as a grave. We're living in shanty towns, we ain't got no say. 14-hour shifts, such a meager wage. And Mother Jones can't help us now anyway. Anyway, we take the roads, we take the trains by force. Oh, deliver us alone from the gathering stores. Lay down your Bibles, take up your guns. Blair Mountain, here we come. Oh, here we come. Red bandanas that tell us what side you're on. Yeah, we're the rednecks of the Union 1921. We'll leave tonight at 13,000 strong and take the fight to Blair Mountain before the dawn. Before the dawn. We'll take the roads, we'll take the trains by force. Oh, deliver us love from the gathering stores. Lay down your Bibles, take up your guns, Blair Mountain. Here we come, oh, here we come. Oh, I fight for my father, still buried in the mine. I fight for my son, so he'll have a better life. We're soldiers of a great war, and it don't seem right to treat a man like a dog just to make a dime. Just to make a dime. We'll take the roads, we'll take the trains by force. Oh, deliver us love from the gathering stores. Lay down your Bibles, take up your guns, Blair Mountain. Here we come, oh, here we come. Here we come. So find a vein, drain the black gold. You better hope to God that those timbers hold.
Yeah, wonderful. Wonderful.
I'm not a coal miner, as you well know, but I'm as close as I could be not to be one. My father was a coal miner who was killed in the mines, and my husband is slowly dying with black lung. And my husband and me was in the strike in the 30s in bloody Harlan County, and I do mean it is bloody too. And they tell me, these miners say, we're going to stick it out unless Duke Power signs the contract till hell freezes over. And the men knows they've got nothing to lose but their chains and their union to gain. So I say, hang in there. And now this song I composed in the 30s. And as you know, I'm old, as 40 years ago, and I can't sing very well. But you can ask the scabs and the gun thugs which side they're on, because they're workers too. Come all you poor workers, good news to you I'll tell, how the good old Union has come in here to dwell. Which side are you on? Which side are you on? If you go to Harlan County, there is no neutral there. You'll either be a Union man or a thug for J.H. Blair. Which side are you on? Which side are you on?
Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? Come all of you good workers, good news to you I'll tell of how the good old Union has come in here to dwell. Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? My daddy was a miner, and I'm a miner's son, and I'll stick with the Union till side are you on? Which side are you on? Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? They say in LA County there are no neutrals there. You'll either be a union man or a scab for the boss, beware. Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? Oh, workers, can you stand it? Oh, tell me how you can. Will you be a lousy scab or will you be a man? Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? Don't scare for the bosses. Don't listen to their lies. Us poor folks haven't got a chance unless we organize. Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? Oh, 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 which side are you on? In 1948, the natives were expelled from the land of their ancestors, their homes and cities shelled. From the traitors in Transjordan to clandestine British demand by the settlers' Zionist army that rampaged across the land. Oh, Palestine, we hear your desperate plea that once again across the land your people can be free. Oh, Palestine, your people live in fear. We demand your emancipation from the river to the sea. In 1967, Israel did invade to conquer and to colonize what little had remained. The people of old Palestine, once again their fates entwined with the Zionist occupation of their homes and weary minds. Oh, Palestine, we hear your desperate plea that once again across the land your people can be free. Oh, Palestine, your people live in fear. We demand your emancipation from the river to the sea. In 2023, they've come a final time to destroy your homes and families with a murderous, lethal design. The bombs our head are falling as our leaders continue their lies. The sky does glow and the blood it flows as we hear the children's cries. Oh Palestine, we hear your desperate plea that once again across the land your people can be free. Oh Palestine, your people live in fear. We demand your emancipation from the river to the sea. We stand with your emancipation. Your people will be free.
Hello, hello. How we all doing? Patrick Lucas, thank you for the gifted membership. Appreciate it very, very much. There we go. Keeping track. Oh, streaming software. Don't you ever change. Because I'll get confused. Hello, everyone. Big water would be like big pharma in terms of bigness, but instead of pharma, it's water. Exactly. Crystal stayed for the reveal? Hell yeah, CW. Thanks, everybody. Doing my best to look nice. Harumph. Ugh. You look great. Thanks, everybody. Thank you for helping me to become a human woman. 80-year-old vet arrested at the Capitol today for protesting against military force used on U.S. citizens. Yeah, like, can we be real honest about something? Like, yeah, are we in a time of fascism and authoritarianism? No doubt. Every single, well, that's not a video you guys can see. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Guess we'll find out. That's my desktop. What are you doing here? There we go. Every single time police decide to do shit like this, or ICE agents decide to do shit like this, that's gonna add up and it's gonna be fucking devastating. The outfit is missing something. I was gonna add chains, but I thought that maybe the silver of the chains would clash with the gold of the necklace. And I'm wearing a gold belt, which, as you guys can see. This is quite interesting. What is this? Yeah, we talked about this yesterday. We talked about this during when we were covering the mayoral race. He's in the lead, baby. Our man Mamdani. He's in the lead. Check Twitch redeems. Haru. Ah.
Protest peacefully, or donate your time to emergency response networks, and make protest art. Check out the National Network for Immigrant and Refugee Rights or the National Immigrant Justice Center.
Dami Mamdani. Mamdani. His name's Mamdani. Let's not get lost in the memes. Thistles Rise, thank you for the $15 dono. And yes, please do protest peacefully, civilly, etc. Do your darndest. Because again, I think the way we build up support for more radicalized action is by turning up to these protests and showing actually no one in the public really does like what Donald Trump is doing. you know? I think in the main, what we are doing needs to center nonviolence, but there are other people who are, you know, doing their part in any kind of social change event as well. And you know, I'm gonna be real with you. I'm gonna just stay in my lane and continue organizing peaceful protest because that's what I do. Was I wrong in thinking Jack was sidesing the situation with Israel's attack? What? That's I don't even know how one would come to that conclusion based on any of the things I've said. I don't support Mamdani's policies. What I do like is Mamdani causing trouble for the Trump administration. Wait, why don't you like his policies? I was saying that it's bad. I think it's bad and it's sad when people die in Iran. I also think it's bad and I'm sad when people die in Israel. You know?
Jim Water, CEO of Water here. Big Water is
Whoa.
nothing like Big Pharma. It's a way of life. It's a promise to provide people access to their own natural resources for a reasonable fee.
It tastes like a reasonable fee. I just wanted to make sure. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how you would have been able to square that circle about my entire existence online. But yeah, I'm sad when civilians die. I think that's an unimaginable tragedy. We lose something of great enormity and importance, and you know, it's one of it is a war is a grinder that like just obliterates people, you know, and in any conflict, you know, you're gonna have people on both sides who non-combatants who get fucking destroyed, who get murdered, who die. And that's that's bad. You know? And it's all for the profit of like some evil motherfuckers on the top. Yeah, and GGGGG, I've also been reading through Erica Chenoweth's book on peaceful protest. And just statistically, historically, peaceful protest is far more successful at achieving social change than violent ones. Hello, little Morphine Annie. How you doing? Wait. Yeah, exactly, Miss Blaine. I do care about people just as an inherent value I have. Also, I gotta add Jim Waters' dono to the board. I think soldier and combatant are also tragic. Well, yes. Though, again, more understandable as a target. But Jack, if I peaceful protest, how can I LARP as some Vanguard savior? Yeah, you know, like sometimes the answer to that is we all just have to deal with our own personal shit. You know, sometimes you gotta go to therapy. You know. Pew, pew, pew. Wait, how are Mamdani's policies going to damage New York's economy? I'm confused. By the way, Jack, did you see Prince Shakur's video about how to protest? I've seen his anarchist calisthenics video. I haven't checked out that one. We do have, by the way, a good protest like how-to list for protests pinned in the Discord, in the protest section of the Discord. Highly recommend everyone stop by over there for protest safety tips and tricks. It's just a good collection of information from seasoned protesters. Do you see value in a militant arm of protest, though? Yeah, absolutely. Historically, like, I mean, people give Martin Luther King Jr. a lot of credit, but like part of Martin Luther King Jr.'s plan was reliant on like people being activated and radicalized by the violence that they would see on the nightly news directed towards people of color. So like, yeah, like the radicalization process and getting people angry and activated, that is a key component of things.
Hello, I work for the advertising agency Jim Waters hired.
Oh my.
We suggested he use the slogan, "A reasonable fee means you get to pee," but he started yelling to drown it out.
I don't know how to take that. Thank you for the $5 dono. I appreciate it. My streamer, hello, Prince Seal. How have you been? We all missed you.
Ah, the worms are back. Ah, the worms are back.
And honestly, getting your grandma, getting kiddos out to protest, that's good. The more people, the better off our chances of success. You know? Let's see. Oh, Louise. Thank you very much for becoming a member over on YouTube. Very much appreciated. And all right, shall we take a look? All right, let's jump into our first segment of the night. We've actually been dilly-dallying and we've been dilly-dally shilly-shallying, okay? I've been busy fighting the brainworms of the cultural zeitgeist in a great and terrible battle, but I'm hanging in there. How are you? I'm doing okay. That's a lie. I had a mental breakdown last week, so I'm doing all right. That's probably a better descriptor. We should update the organize command.
Jim Water here. Worst
I think it's
meeting
pretty
I
good.
ever had. I wanted Don Draper and I got Polly Peepee. This newfangled web marketing doesn't work, so I just sponsor Riverboat Jack instead.
Well, Jim Water, thank you very much for the $10 dono. I very, very much appreciate it. As well as your fantastic product. Water. Big water. Mmm. Big water, ocean water. Polly Peepee, new Riverboat Jack universe character. I don't know if that's true or not. We'll have to wait for an upcoming installment to add a character like that. All right, let's jump into a segment, folks. So, folks, there is a man by the name of Ken Martin and another man by the name of David Hogg. Ken Martin used to be the chair of the DNC here in Minnesota. And, well, he went up against Ben Wickler several months ago. And he won. He won the chair of the DNC for the entire Democratic Party. And that's pretty impressive. That's pretty cool. And I was willing to give Ken Martin a chance. But a really embarrassing audio leak came out Because what's happening within the Democratic Party right now, for those of you who don't pay a ton of attention to it like I do, because I'm me.
I gotta come back now, BCUZ. You are too good and nice and beautiful to weather the storm of American life by yourself, River 8P Posit.
Well, thank you, Prince Seal. Appreciated. We've been missing you. So, yeah, basically, for those of you who haven't paid a ton of attention, there is a rift in the Democratic Party. And that rift is between the more progressive wing of folks who want to do something and have a vision to improve things on a mass scale for the working class in our country, right? And on the other hand, you have these abundance liberals. You have these neoliberals, these holdovers from like the 90s and the early aughts who still adhere to, Barack Obama's line about Republicans that the fever will break. And the fever hasn't broken for like 30 years. And yet these do-nothing Democrats, these abundance liberals, are committing to a line of attack against the current moment, which is, I need to remind everyone, we have a fascist in the White House. We have someone who with an authoritarian aspiration, trying to destroy our democratic system and processes in order to install himself as a kind of dictator. And that's the moment we're in. And that moment calls for action. It calls for resistance. It calls for people actually stepping up to do something about that. Now, there's another man in the mix here named David Hogg. Now, David Hogg was elected as a vice chair of the DNC, the whole shebang. And David Hogg got his start in politics by essentially surviving a mass shooting at his school, and he's grown up ever since, very much involved in politics. And he is,
My children, it is I, Jesus. I have returned because I owe Jim an apology. I was short-sighted in turning his wonderful water into wine. It was an error on my part, and I promise to try to be better.
Trains and bullshit. Thank you for the $5 dono. You guys are just workshopping different characters in the text-to-speech dono messages, and I'm here for it. Keeps me alive, keeps me fed, keeps me housed. I appreciate it. Thank you very, very much. That being said, David Hogg is one of these do something Dems. He has pledged to primary Democrats that aren't doing enough to actively oppose Donald Trump. Now, of course, he's not saying every Democrat needs to do this, but if you're in a safe Democratic district, you need to start showing a spine. You need to start being vocal. You need to start defending your constituents. Otherwise known as the baseline requirement for your job. And on the other side of that, you have these abundance liberals, whom I believe Ken Martin is one. And it's just fascinating to see this break and this dedication to doing nothing, to not rocking the boat, to maintaining the status quo. And it is wild to me that these people cannot see the writing on the wall. Okay? And so what happened the other day is apparently audio from an internal meeting at the DNC was leaked. And the article that Politico wrote up on it is titled, "You essentially destroyed any chance I have," DNC chair told David Hogg in a private meeting. And I want to be clear that right off the bat, my assumption here is that Ken Martin and the DNC deliberately leaked this audio to make David Hogg look bad. This is a maneuver to try and torpedo him because there is currently an ongoing effort to remove him, to redo the vice chair elections based on like allegations that like they weren't conducted right in the first place. And frankly, while that might have been triggered by actions within the DNC, like it does really seem it smells bad. The implication, the entire thing of it really comes across as the DNC got someone inside that they are now trying to expel. And there are others who are saying, no, like Malcolm Kenyatta is making the argument that, like, oh well, no, actually David Hogg is making it all about himself. It's not actually like the DNC rejecting him.
Jim Waters' concubine here.
Oh my God.
Day 227 of trying to get out. He seriously opened a door to a library today thinking it would change my mind on trying to leave. Send help, send hope, send milk.
Why milk? Thank you for the $10 dono. What? I really appreciate it. But essentially what's going on here is an inter-party split. It is the war for the heart of the Democratic Party. And I've talked about this many times in the past. But what's fascinating here is the audio. Okay? What's fascinating here is the audio. Absolutely wild that we have it in the first place. And I do not think it does what the DNC was intending to do with it when it got leaked. So let's take a listen here.
And I'll say, look, it has plenty of warts, and we're all trying to change those for sure. But the longer we continue this fight, the harder it is for us to actually do what we all want to do, which is make a difference in this country again. So I deeply respect you, David. I too was looking forward to working with you, but this has created a situation, and I'll be very honest with you, for the first time in my 100 days on this job, and Jessica knows this, the other night I said to myself for the first time, I don't know if I want to do this anymore. And partly not because of the stress and all the naysayers, right? I'm used to that. I've spent 14 years as a chair. I'm used to getting beat up on. But, this is really everything, from this election, this credentials report, and how Malcolm's been treated in this, to, the fact the election itself, how Shasti and Gina were treated in this. I'm just quite frustrated to be in this position, because what you've done, whether you like it or not, or know it or not, David, is no one knows who the hell I am, right?
I mean, yeah, even the title of this article relies on no one knowing who you are.
I'm trying to get my sea legs underneath of me and actually develop any amount of credibility so I can go out there and raise the money and do the job I need to put ourselves in a position to win. And again, I don't think you intended this, but you essentially destroyed any chance I have to show the leadership that I need to. So it's really frustrating. Jane.
Yeah, he's crying. He's actually, honest to God, crying. Like that's wild. Like absolutely wild. And understand that what he seems to be upset about here is that, one, he can't do his job to become well known within the DNC. Okay. All right. But you should be able to do that without, like, you're the head of the DNC. Like, yeah, your subordinate, your vice chair, saying something inconvenient to you, sure, but like, you got to take responsibility. You got to step up. It's your ball. Like, you're the guy. And like, I think he gives the game away when he talks about how no one knows who he is. Like, it really does come across of like, you've been stealing the stuff. You've been stealing the spotlight from me. How could you? You've undermined my leadership by coming out and saying you want Democrats to do something. It's like, okay, so what are you going to leadership them into doing? Exactly, because we've I don't know if you guys know this, but the election was months ago. What have you been doing, Ken? What have you been doing? Like, goddamn. I had like a little bit of hope that Ken Martin might be able to do something about this, but genuinely he has been completely and utterly ineffective. And you can't blame David Hogg for that. You simply can't. What needed to happen is you needed to go out there and you needed to lay down the law with Democrats in the party and tell them, hey, cut the shit out. You need to be going outside. You need to be talking to your constituents. You need to actively be participating in protests. You need to be doing X, Y, and Z because we need to have a coordinated response to what is happening here. And that's not a high bar, guys. Like, that is maybe a bare minimum that someone in charge of the DNC should be doing right now. And I've seen in his comments people are begging him to do something. Yeah, of course they are. Like, I firmly believe that this audio was leaked by Ken Martin and his team specifically to try and put pressure on David Hogg. And you know what? It worked. It worked. The audio was leaked on the 8th of this month. And on the 11th, just a day or so ago, guess what? David Hogg announced he's not going to be running again for vice chair within the DNC. It's very, very disappointing, you know? We had the chance to have something good. And this is why we wanted Ben Wickler in there. Okay? Yeah, so this isn't even, by the way, the Democrats ousting David Hogg. This is David Hogg just saying, like, okay, I see what you guys are doing. I see what this is all about. And you know, he's saying, "No, I'm good. I'm good though. Like, we Gucci." Oh god. Why? I have too many tabs. Too many tabs. Yeah, let's see here. Hogg announced he will not run in a planned redo of this year's DNC vice chair election shortly after the party voted to void Hogg and Malcolm Kenyatta's victories in the DNC's vice chair elections earlier this year. The revote is not related to Hogg's push to primary elected Democrats, but it came after Hogg drew stiff criticism over the plan. It's related. You can say it had nothing to do, but it is related. I don't think that they would be doing this if it wasn't related. And he put out a statement saying, it's clear there's a fundamental disagreement about the role of a vice chair, and it's okay to have disagreements. What isn't okay is allowing this to remain our focus, while there is so much more we need to be focused on, Hogg said in a statement issued through his political action committee, Leaders We Deserve. Ultimately, I have decided not to run in this upcoming election so the party can focus on what really matters. I need to do this work with Leaders We Deserve, and it is going to remain my number one mission to build the strongest party possible. DNC chair Ken Martin said, I commend David for his years of activism, organizing and fighting for his generation. And while I continue to believe he is a powerful voice for this party, I respect his decision to step back from his post as vice chair. Yeah, fuck off, Ken. God. David Hogg has something up his sleeve. Well, I think David Hogg's effort to primary Democrats is going to be incredibly effective. I think that having 20 million in a super PAC to primary Democrats, that is a sizable war chest to deploy into Democratic primaries. I hope that what this means is that he's just dedicating even more of his time and efforts into getting actual progressive Dems elected. You know? But I don't know how anyone respects Ken Martin after audio of him literally crying about needing to do his job better I like that. It's absolutely disqualifying, and frankly, pathetic. It's weak, and it's emblematic of like the weakness inherent in our do nothing Democrats. You know, there is a rot at the heart of the Democratic Party, and it's a rot of complacency. You know, when MLK was writing Letter from a Birmingham Jail, like he was writing about people like Ken Martin and the do nothing Democrats. Ugh. And then David never did anything again. Neither did Ken. Yeah. I welcome Hog Super PAC because we need more money for primary challengers of these shitty Dems that don't fight for us. Yeah, and like, I don't believe that David Hogg is a progressive per se, but I think he understands what is necessary to meet the political moment and challenge of a would-be fascist authoritarian. You know? Yeah, we all hoped Ken was Knuff, but it turned out he was not Knuff. So that happened. I watched ICE zip tie themselves inside their own gate, fire gas canisters that were clearly too large to fit through the bars, and then gas themselves on Portland streams today. Shit was hilarious. They are basically the bumbling buffoon stereotypes made manifest, you know? Now, folks, it's time, okay? It's time. So, folks, we've been hearing time and time again that young men are falling by the wayside, that Gen Z is becoming more conservative, that we are, in fact, out of touch with the youth. And the youths are slipping through our fingers. So clearly, we have to figure out how to stop the youths from going conservative. And what better way to learn what is attracting the youths to conservatism than from the mouth of maybe the most masculine conservative there is, Stephen
Crowder. You saw an
Crowder.
entire generation vote in the savior, Barack Obama, and now you've seen more overwhelming control from the Democrat Party, where they control everything from your future prospects, affirmative action, DEI, to your language, hate speech laws. And so young people now are not saying, hey, what happens if I vote in the cool Democrats? They're going, I've lived under it.
Man, I can't wait to get to the meat of this from this coming up. I already have so many different things I want to say.
Yeah.
And I have less freedom than
the most divorced man in politics. He's got great advice for young guys.
My parents. Democrats are really trying to knock this next one out of the park with young men.
Nice.
Democrats, they're desperate to win over young men, and they are willing to spend many, many, many millions of dollars to do it. Here's the thing, in this last election, and I've told you...
And Stephen Crowder, he knows a thing or two about winning over young men, okay? I'm not going to elaborate on that.
This, you can go back to me when I was 22, 23, saying, look, young people tend to become more conservative as they grow older, as they have families, as they pay taxes, as they sort of accrue more responsibilities. But if you could just mitigate your losses...
Also, that's not true anymore. That was true in like the 1980s, like children who grew up in the 1980s, that was true of them. Not so much true of like millennials as we get older, or Gen Z as they get older, or Gen Alpha either.
With people under the age of 35 to 10% and kept everything else the same, you'd never lose another election again. I didn't expect people to begin voting, as far as a majority, Republican under the age of 30. I thought they would become more conservative. I didn't think that you would see that big of a switch.
Yeah.
And comment if you're a millennial like me, everything was liberal by default, right? You had baby boom generation, they were hippies and they became more conservative. Gen X was still obviously more liberal, probably split kind of down the middle. Millennials, everything was Bush is a Nazi. Of course, Barack Obama, he's this transcendent political hero. I thought, all right, well, that's just something you're not going to win back until these people start paying taxes and move up in the corporate world. I didn't know just how bad the consequences were for Democrats with Gen Z men browbeating them, guilting them, demanding they check their privilege while creating an economy that is entirely unsustainable for them with no prospects of future. And here's the thing, too. It also tells you when you look at this, young men voting overwhelmingly conservative, certainly young Hispanic men, it means that free.
I say this as a former fan of Crowder, nothing brings more pleasure than remembering how badly he fell from grace with the right. Right? Isn't it nice? He basically went over to Rumble, and his numbers have been tanking ever since, by and large.
Stuff isn't working.
Yeah.
Forgiving your student loans, that's not enough. Rent forgiveness, that's a really good thing because that means that you have a generation of people who've it's effectively white noise. Legacy media doesn't matter to them at all. At all. Neither does the power of Hollywood. Just look at Taylor Swift and beyond, look at their followership, and it still didn't move the needle. If anything, it went the other way with young men. And the question to millennials, if you're surprised by this, and then young Gen Z men, please comment below when you became conservative and why. There are a lot of reasons. A lot of people are studying this, psychologists, sociologists. I think there's some rebellion aspect, but I also just think, look, people are looking at the state of the country saying, yeah, Democrats have never delivered on the lie that they promised. And so now the Democrats are actually putting together a plan and spending tens of millions of dollars to try and win back young voters. Think of that phrase. And just listen to this broadcaster talk about it, who looks exactly like a Pekingese. You can see, yeah.
Can we like stop and like just, I don't know, examine the idea that, the youth are just more conservative than they ever have been in recent years, right? Like, because if that's true, that would demand an answer, right? Like, why? And frankly, as far as I can tell from having looked this up, is that there was a shift in the voting pattern of people who voted in 2020, young men who voted in 2020 and that same age bracket of young men in 2024. And it became more conservative by like 10 points or something like that. 10% more likely to vote for Donald Trump. And the issue is, one, that's not a solid predictor. Number one, largely because one election shift does not a trend make. But number two, and this is pretty interesting, well, just throw that up there. Nearly half of Gen Z voters have lied about who they're voting for, survey shows. So that kind of complicates things a little bit, doesn't it? Like that kind of that's a little bit odd even. So it's just, I'm not sold on the concept. Oh, yep, young men are just overwhelmingly conservative now. I'm not sold on it. I need to see better evidence. Sorry.
Here you go. Watch it.
The midterms fast approaching, and a full 6 months after November's electoral drubbing, the Democratic Party appears to still be in fact-finding mode. The New York Times reports that party donors and strategists have been gathering at luxury hotels to discuss how to win back working-class voters. And they're spending $20 million on an effort to try to figure out how to speak to young men.
Yeah. So the New York Times has.
I wonder what working class voters want. I wonder what working class voters want. Is it better wages and healthcare and like reliable economic circumstances that they can depend on in order to start families? I wonder.
Labeled this plan, or at least this is how they describe it, Sam, speaking to American men. Sam. Think about that for a second. It should just be, you should only be speaking to American men and women. You shouldn't have to, that's not a niche group. That's not, okay, hey, let's look at this demographic of Americans. Wait, hold on a second. You mean you're a party? You're an American political party?
Yeah.
And now you have to figure out how to speak to Americans, which means what? They were speaking largely to non-Americans trying to buy a voting block.
Well, they tried speaking to immigrant male people.
Yes.
Simp.
Yes.
But it wasn't working.
It did not work at all. So SAM is going to cost $20 million, and it, quote, promises investment to study the syntax, language, and content that gains attention and virality in these spaces, meaning young male voters. We speak proper English. I don't know what you mean by this. It's not like it's Ebonics. Study the syntax.
You have to figure out.
Yeah. Part of their studies, by the way.
Racism. How novel. Jesus. You know, like, I know that basically Steven Crowder has always been this racist, but like, damn, I am suddenly reminded why we don't spend a ton of time talking about this clown.
Included immediately setting up a tip line. Unfortunately, it didn't help much.
Hi, this is Sam.
That's not helpful at all. So let me give you the reality here. All references available, links in the description. 58% of Gen Z men voted for Trump. In 2020, 56% voted for Biden. And as far as Latino men, 55% voted for Trump. And then there are some other studies that have come out that have shown that over 60% of young Hispanic males are voting for Trump. That is unbelievable. And
yeah, especially it's going to be what's going to be really impressive, and what will definitely change my mind on this topic is if in the next election that trend continues, because then I genuinely think it's just children that have been indoctrinated in a cult, right? Like that's kind of my interpretation of this generally is that you have a lot of these kids who have grown up, and Donald Trump has been in the news and on TV as a political figure, as a particularly masculinized political figure, you know, whose PR team is willing to make art of him as a buff, tough guy. I think that if you raise kids and they're around that image all the time, like they're gonna grow up and be kind of like that's the masculine guy. I gotta vote for him. Like that's just kind of I feel like that's kind of how it goes. They've been indoctrinated into the cult of personality. They've been raised on the slop.
It tells you something. First off, 68% of Gen Z men said that the economy was the #1 issue. But it also tells you that the illegal immigration issue, it doesn't register for young Hispanic or Latino males in this country. And I don't know how Democrats win them back, because if you are now, let's say, you're second, third generation immigrant, you're here in the United States, okay, you're a young Hispanic male, young Latino male, you're being raised here, there's no promise to you of getting citizenship. You already have it. It also tells you that the left, in promising, for example, to black...
It's literally that. Exactly, Gamer G. You look at the data more than I do. It's literally that. So many 18 to 24-year-olds just know Trump from their MAGA parents or TikTok slap and haven't developed their own political ideology yet, haven't seen how Trump actually governs. I see so many guys saying, wait, Trump isn't helping the economy. He's not cutting me a stimmy check. Yeah, I mean, like a bunch of insane promises. I don't know how much you guys remember of the 2024 election cycle, but Donald Trump was making insane promises. He was talking about ending the Ukraine-Russia war day one. He was talking about like coming into office and like world peace was going to happen and Gaza was going to be over and like it's going to be like a new level of prosperity for the world. Like if you're someone who's, you know, newly cooked politically And you aren't super aware of historically what Donald Trump did during the last time around he was president. You might just vote for him because he's like the manly guy. Yeah.
Black people, reparations, affirmative action, black zones that they talk about, black community reinvestments. None of that is being promised to legal Hispanic males. And so now you have basically people who are not being promised a handout whatsoever because of their race, young Hispanic males.
Oh, legalize humanism. Thank you very much for subscribing. I appreciate that.
All right. Yeah, and then you combine that with traditional values with a lot of these families.
Wait. I'm sorry. What are you talking about? God, he just spews so much bullshit.
Because if you are now, let's say, you're second, third generation immigrant, you're here in the United States, okay, you're a young Hispanic male, young Latino male,
okay,
you're being raised here.
Yep.
There's no promise to you of getting citizenship. You already have it. It also tells you that.
Yeah, so that they're citizens.
The left, in promising, for example, to black people reparations, affirmative action.
Well, the reparations are for the slavery, Stephen. You wouldn't pay reparations to people you didn't enslave. So I'm reparations like redress a historical wrong. But okay.
Action. Black zones that they talk about, black community reinvestments. None of that is being promised to legal Hispanic males.
Yeah. Because their ancestors weren't enslaved by like the transatlantic slave trade. Like that. There are other wrongs we can talk about, but typically in the American context, when we are talking about reparations for enslaved peoples, we're talking about African Americans. And yeah, but like also there are going to be, I don't know, scholarships that are only available to Hispanic men. They're going to be, there are all kinds of different ways that different programs, orient themselves towards Hispanic men, towards Hispanic women. Like there are programs like that exist. Okay, to argue that they don't is just, well, I mean, it's one of the oldest tricks in the book. What he's trying to do here is he's trying to say, hey, are you Hispanic? Look at those black people over there. They're getting more stuff than you. You should dislike them. Don't work together with them. Fight them. Fight them instead of your boss. It really does boil down to that, doesn't it, huh?
And so now you have basically people who are not being.
Yes, I understand, MH. That's why I was trying to be more careful with my language, because specifically, again, in the American context, when we're talking about reparations, we're talking about it for slavery of African American people.
Promised a handout whatsoever because of their race, young Hispanic males. All right. Yeah, and then you combine that with traditional values with a lot of these family units and valuing masculinity. I think it's just going to continually lean more and more conservative. Honestly, I mean,
aren't black people still affected by the effects of slavery? Yes, absolutely.
To tell young Hispanic males, young Latino males, that they should feel guilty because of patriarchy, like, that's going to be a tough sell. You tried Latinx and they...
By the way, if you don't know anything about feminism, feminism isn't about making men feel guilty. That's literally never been what feminism is about.
He said, go screw yourself. Like, not a single one, not a single one went along with it. You would have to have multiple generations of brainwashing to convince them that the Democratic Party is beneficial to them. And there seems to be quite a bit of a divide with a lot of young Hispanic Latino males and young black Americans. They do not have sympathy for
a long time too
George
to get over, because like I said, it is a culture that it is enshrined in patriarchy. I mean, it's guy goes out, works hard for his family.
Yep.
The whole immigrant thing is you go out, you work hard for your family, send the money back.
And you know what?
You bring them back. Then you get a visa. Then you get a citizenship.
And you know what you see when you see young working class? As I said, working class. Okay, working class meaning contributing, paying taxes. trying to make a life for their family, you find Hispanic males, young Latino males, and young white males. There is
it's really interesting that he's talking about like Latino support for Donald Trump. Let's just take a look at something real quick here. Can we do that? The new YouGov poll that came out. Let's just take a look here. President Trump's approval rating has dropped to just 42% after his first 100 days, significantly lower than Biden's 54% at this point. A majority of Americans now fear his aggressive tariff policies will raise consumer prices, et cetera, et cetera. But Latino support for Trump collapses from 47% to 26%. And this is based on polling from last month. So it has only gotten worse as this anti-immigration crackdown has continued. We're really in some whoopsie territory here.
There's no racial divide. Isn't that a beautiful thing? In other words, the American spirit of American exceptionalism, the land of opportunity.
To be fair, I've encountered feminists who are of the kill all men variety. Yeah, but like, I genuinely, I'm. Here's where I struggle with that, right? That is such a small number of people that this is like taking genuine offense from like black Hebrew Israelites, like the like hoteps, like being genuinely offended by when they say shit. Like it's just not that offensive to encounter someone who's saying like kill all men. I think it's bad. I don't think they should say that, but like ultimately I don't think that meaningfully moves the needle towards you being harmed in any way. Like these people don't hold power. They aren't making decisions over your life. They aren't directing a meaningful movement of any kind. They're not seeking to like control politics and make that like a codified policy. They're saying it in like a colloquial sense. And like I just, it's objectionable, sure, but like that's about the extent of it, right? Yeah, also those feminists are bad at feminist theory, and I would just really, really emphasize that feminism is about freeing everyone, men, women, non-binary folks, from the constraints of patriarchy. The expectation that men shouldn't cry, or that men are less capable than women, or that like, and when I say that, you might be like, well, that's not what patriarchy says. It's literally what patriarchy says when it comes to men feeling emotions or teaching their children or being able to love and be loved in return. That's literally patriarchy teaches men that they are less capable than women in those ways. And it's just not true. Let's see. It's not all about men bad, and that's what the right lies about. Feminism is about liberation, not oppression. Exactly. So, anyway, I just wanted to point that out there.
Hey, you now see, once you're no longer playing divide and conquer, young Hispanic males are basically promised the same thing that young white males are. Nothing. Toil by the sweat of your brow. And what do you see? They vote the exact same. Even before.
I'd clump young Asian males into that too, but no one talks about them.
Probably quite a few. Yeah.
It's not good for their agenda to talk about it.
So here are three.
What agenda? What are you talking about? Like, what an insane thing to throw out there. Yeah, also no one cares about Asian men either. What? What are you talking about? There's no one that hates men quite as much as conservative like talking heads, you know? Like there's no one hates men quite like how conservatives hate men. They constantly tell you that the world hates you for being a man, and it's just not true.
3 reasons I think that Democrats lost young men by wide margins. Okay, here's one is the LGBTQ plus push by Democrats.
Yeah.
First off, we know that doesn't go over well across all generations with the Hispanic male community, but 72% of Gen Z men oppose trans men in women's sports. 72%.
Yeah.
Yeah. Again, I wonder if that's because they haven't met any trans people. You know, like when you're younger, you don't have as much control over the kind of people you meet. It's weird, right? The constant vilification. Well, these younger people, well, they don't think trans people deserve equal rights in that way. And it's just like, well, I wonder where they're getting that idea from. I wonder how inundated by the messages of mainstream media and conservative media, I wonder where they're getting all of that that belief from.
They have fatigue. Well, they have black fatigue is a thing now, as far as Black Lives Matter, as far as reparations, as far as restorative justice, as far as critical race theory, things like toxic masculinity. They're tired of hearing.
Also, can we just take a look at something real quick? Just gonna type in Gen Z more gay. Let's see here. More than 1 in 5 Gen Z adults ranging in age from 18 to 26 in 2023 identify as LGBTQ. So, you know, just 20%. Now I'm going to throw this out there. I don't believe these polling numbers, specifically when it comes to like, 3 in 4 Gen Z men don't believe trans people should exist or whatever, or shouldn't play in sports. Genuinely, I think that's a bullshit number. And I think it's a bullshit number because if 20% of Gen Z is some form of LGBTQ, well, let me just say I don't think 72% of men are against queer people or queer rights. And like trying to portray like Gen Z as like in opposition to LGBTQ rights is just horribly off the mark. Like, I think maybe there's a lot of confusion in mainstream media and conservative media around like trans sports stuff. But when it comes to LGBTQ stuff, generally, they're on board.
Hearing this, they're tired of being condemned for immutable characteristics over which they have no control. And the Democrat Party just doesn't seem to be able to remove their foot from their own dick because they keep pushing LGBTQ themes across the board when Gen Z.
Why is he implying that the Democrats have huge dicks? Why would you do that? If you can step on your own dick, that's frankly impressive. That's a freakishly big dick, actually. But we all know that's not abnormal for Steven Crowder.
The men have said, stop it!
I also marched for equality. I like to think I've been defending freedom from an early age.
Are we topless at the...
Oh yeah. Gen Z men famous for not liking titties. Gen Z men famous for not liking topless trans girls.
A YouGov poll said 10% of Republicans said they know a trans person really well, and 10% of Republicans say trans people do not have enough rights, almost as if once they know us it dispels the lies.
Yeah, exactly, Gamer G. Oh god, but also men famous for not liking boobs. It's honestly insane because I regularly forget that this happened. Like, if a conservative never brought up this incident to me again, I would just not, it doesn't stay in my brain. It's not an important event. Like, I think I think she's a badass for, like, going topless, because guess what? Steven Crowder. What was the point of that protest? Exactly. If you're conservative in the audience, what was the point of that protest? As a question to all of you. The point of that protest is that conservatives were saying that she's a man. And if she's a man, why are you blurring out her tits? If she's a man, why can't she be topless? Men can be topless, can they not? But like, when it comes to like Steven Crowder is like, yes, that is obviously a man, but we need to blur her nipples. She's so manly. We need to blur her exposed chest. You know, as we do with all men that are shirtless in our Steven Crowder videos.
Sometimes size does matter. I would never order a small drink, but I can drive an 18-wheeler home, but I'm not going to try to park it in my garage.
Sorry, you're blue. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Also, I think I have to add 5 donos. I think we're at 57.
The White House?
We are joined by Dr. Rachel Levine. She's also a trailblazer and happens to be the first openly transgender.
Wait. I actually didn't notice this. Wait.
Are we topless at the White House?
So, wait. Okay. Wait. So, I'm sorry. Just to. Okay. So they blur out his chest. So it's not okay for a man to be topless. Why did you blur out both chests? I'm just so curious. Like, it doesn't make any sense, even if you're conservative. Wait, what? They blurred out a man's chest. Like, I don't know. It seems like you're either saying... I don't know. It's just not consistent is all I'm pointing out here. Are they trying to blur out the top surgery scars? No, they're trying to be transphobic, but I think their method of blurring chests kind of reveals their hand, and I find it very funny. Anyway.
We are joined by Dr. Rachel Levine. She's also a trailblazer and happens to be the first openly transgender federal official.
Chevy trailblazer?
Can we like just take a moment and be like, I definitely have seen women who look like Rachel Levine. Like, I'm sorry. Y'all have been out in the world. You're not sheltered. You know that women look like Rachel Levine all the time. All the time. You know it. Also, Thistles Fries, thank you for being a member. Appreciate you.
Guess we gotta tuck away the nips now. Never have nips, people. The worst.
No nip gang.
Dr. Levine, we appreciate you making the time to speak with us on this, the first
Like
day
a
of
rock.
Pride Month.
Oh, like a rock.
Do you think states should have a right to ban gender-affirming health care?
I don't think any state or anybody should have the right to do that.
Wait, no, this is actually more consistent that rules that single out ladies' chest. Well, yes, it's more consistent, but not with conservative standards. They're not being consistent in the way that no conservative, if there was like a shirtless video of like Marco Rubio at the pool or something, no conservative outlet would blur his chest. I'm sorry, that's just not true. That's just not real.
As a moral question and as a legal question, I just think it's wrong. To everyone celebrating Transgender Day of Visibility, I want you to know that your president sees you, and we're committed to advancing.
Man, I'm so glad he saw us if he hadn't seen us, think of all of the things he could have done instead. Boy, did seeing us really help us. Thanks a lot, Joe. I feel like Biden failed us too. He did exactly jack shit for us.
In transgender equality in the classroom, on the playing field, at work, in our military, in our housing and healthcare systems, everywhere, simply everywhere.
So today, I am directing my state agencies to take action to protect and support the rights of Minnesota's LGBTQIA plus community.
Also, Tim Walz is based as hell. Tim Walz actually fights for trans people, and Tim Walz actually has protections on the books for trans people in the state of Minnesota. So Tim Walz actually did shit, and I think that's good.
And here's the thing. Millennial men, they saw all these sob stories of, oh, wait a second, this gay couple, wait, well, one's in the death but can't put his partner, his friction partner into his will. Well, that's sad. Yeah. We should allow that, right? So, okay, so gay marriage, because we lived an experience.
Man, this man is so salty about not being married anymore. He's like, if I can't be married, then no one else can. Give me that. He's trying to wrestle gay marriage out of the hands of the gays.
Experience where it didn't exist, and then we saw it come into existence. But now you have young Gen Z men who are going, all right, okay, I guess someone's trans, and then they're hearing people like Walz, people like Kamala Harris, and they're going, wait a second. You don't believe that I should be able to tell my children to not do that? And they point to the narcissistic sociopath tranny in their class?
Yeah, you shouldn't be able to say that your kid can't transition. It's medically necessary care, man. Wait, you're telling me that I legally can't torture my child? What an infringement on my rights. I had an Iron Maiden ready to go and everything. I was gonna put little Timmy in there and just listen to his screams instead of watching Fox News all the time. Like, that's how these people, like, live their lives. It's like, hey, should I help my child and give them the health care that they need to live? Or should I make their life a living hell and make them want to kill themselves? I just can't decide.
So wait a second. So I'm not going to have parental rights?
Yeah, you shouldn't have the parental right to torture your child. Yeah. I'm a firm believer in anti torture your child
I'm
laws.
tired of these transvisibles. Can't see any of you, and then that one day a year, bam, there you are.
The transvisibles. Always behind the scenes. Watching. Waiting. Pulling levers. Controlling.
So it's because of their lived experience, and the lie can no longer be sold.
Yeah. Well, they're losing.
What lie? You know, notice how, like, there's been a shift where it's just like constantly these conservative channels allude to them or a lie, but they never really articulate what they're talking about. They just rely on innuendo in order to, like, carry their points without actually making an argument or any claims. It's very interesting to watch, like, on a rhetorical level.
Rights along the way, right? I think, like, just like you said, we were like, all right, fine, you know, the friction partner thing, you want some rights that maybe you don't have. Okay, fine. I don't even agree with that, but whatever. I'm not so worried
Civil
about that.
union,
Now it's
sure.
like, now it's like, I can't say that that's a guy. It looks like a guy. I didn't know it was a girl, or vice versa. I didn't know it was a she that turned into a. I didn't know that. Now you're getting in trouble for that. Now you're being ostracized for that. Now you're the piece of crap in the classroom. Just
notice. I just want to really point out what these people do, right? They take a story and then they blow it up beyond all recognition. And then what they do is they say, let's sit down and imagine together. It's kind of like a fucked up Mr. Rogers, where, like, they just enter the world of imagination.
Trans vegetables? Is that when somebody puts way too much marshmallow on a sweet potato and it's definitely no longer healthy? Or like kettle corn?
I guess so, Paladin. Thank you for the $5 dono. But, like, what they're trying to do is that they know that there's a portion of their audience that is impressionable and young, and what they're trying to do is to feed enough stories about how they hate you. You know, you're just going to be a mild-mannered student minding your own business, and then one day, bam, you misgender someone and you're off to gender jail, where they all point and laugh at you and call you mean names and say your dick looks funny. And then everyone remembers it forever. Your life is ruined, and there's no way you can improve it. That's what these gender feminists are like. That's right. They're all gonna laugh at you and make you feel small and pathetic. But you know what? We can stop them if we just eradicate them at the source. That's right. Just don't allow your children to get transed. And like that's what they did. That's what they do, right? Like they just like take an imaginary scenario and they run through it for their audience of impressionable children to, like, you know, try and get them to be like, yeah, it really is like that, and I'm not going to think about it any more than that. You did all the thinking for me. Thanks for the narrative. And then they just like go whistling about their day and occasionally like throw out a slur or something, you know? Gender jail is what I call my dysphoria. Oh no. The first trans woman I knew because I ID'd her selling her alcohol. She was sweet about it because she hadn't updated her ID and she saw my brain misfire. Her and her girlfriend were so sweet. Hell yeah, Beefy McSteak. I'm mad at this thing I made up is like 90% of conservatism these days.
Just because you're a white guy.
Yeah. Well, we were so
they're gonna hate you because you're white. Like I'm sorry, I've lived through our public education system. I've lived through our higher education system. I've lived through, like, you know, The Office here in America, and gotta say, no one's walking up and saying, "Hey, we hate you because you're white." Like that doesn't happen. I'm sorry.
Sold a lie that George, aside from the Patriot Act, that the Republican Party wanted control over every aspect of your life, right? Stay out of our bedroom.
Yeah.
And so you saw an entire generation vote in Barack.
It was literally illegal to have gay sex in states. There were states where it was still illegal to have gay sex. There were states where it was illegal to get married. Like, oh, we don't want to micromanage what you do. Looks at the entire history of the conservative movement here in America. Fuck off.
The savior, Barack Obama. And now you've seen more overwhelming control from the Democrat Party, where they control everything from your future prospects, affirmative.
The Democrats control your future prospects. Is that so? Through affirmative action?
Action, DEI, to your language.
Okay, so you're saying that through affirmative action and DEI programs, the Democratic Party is controlling you. Let's examine that a little bit, just like a tiny, tiny bit. Because I don't know if you guys know this, but affirmative action and DEI programs aren't mandated by the state. They're typically mandated by the organization, by the company. They are adopted as practices that are CYA. It is for cover your ass purposes. Okay? Specifically, these things are adopted not out of a genuine good faith nature, like intention to like make the company more diverse, though sometimes they can be. These companies adopt these policies and these programs in order to avoid lawsuits that are expensive, that cost the company money, that are preventable if you just have a competent HR department. And so the entire purpose of these programs is to avoid those lawsuits, so that when someone is trying to allege that they were discriminated against by the company can point out how they've had a very successful DEI initiative for the past 25 years. And that is something that matters in court, it turns out, when making these arguments. So I don't know. Also, Good question, Benjamin Kessler. Is this an old episode of Steven Crowder? Don't Republicans control all branches of the government right now? And no, this is not an older episode of Steven Crowder. This is a newer one, actually. And yes, the Republicans control all branches of government, but conservatives still need to feel like they are the oppressed ones with no power. And so they continue to talk about how Democrats are secretly controlling everything from behind the scenes with like programs that companies voluntarily like put into place, and it's crazy.
Hate speech laws. And so
yeah, they're controlling your language with hate speech laws. Ignore the fact that historically here in America, we've had laws curtailing your speech, including obscenity laws and blasphemy laws for literal centuries. But it's weirdly enough, in Steven Crowder's world, only Democrats have any kind of laws policing what you can say, and definitely never goes the other way.
Young people now are not saying, hey, what happens if I vote in the cool Democrats? They're going, I've lived under it.
Yeah.
And I have less freedom than my parents. And they're rejecting it. And they also, I think, see some value.
Yeah, I think they're rapidly finding out that might have been a mistake, man.
Tradition. This also goes to point number 2. You know, I came up under Andrew Breitbart, and he said that everything was downstream from culture. Right? Politics is downstream from culture. That's why Barack Obama required the media entertainment industrial complex. Yeah. And it hasn't worked. To give you a good example, Brian Stelter. Right now, he's on CNN. Brian Stelter was one of the people spearheading the smear campaign against Joe Rogan, right? And ivermectin.
It's a dull spear.
He actually thought he was going to win because he thought, hey, we're the legacy media, right? We have all of these institutions. We have an army. It's just
win what? What are you alleging he thought he was going to win here?
Just one guy. They didn't realize just how resoundingly they've been rejected. Brian Stelter right now, super straight on CNN. That just shows you what we're dealing with. Young people.
Come on, we can't. Come on, Tim. Help.
Did Steven Crowder just have the audacity to call someone else super straight? Steven. Come on. Come on. Oh, you silly goose. Just get it over with, Steven. You'll be a lot happier.
Help me out here. We got Stelter on there, and we can't play. Yes!
I thought you were wanting to put him on TV. On the show. Okay.
And he.
Man, the Steven Crowder bits have really gone downhill.
Thought he was going to exterminate Joe Rogan's career, which again brings us back to this point number 2: is pop culture. The media, TV, Hollywood, they have saturated everything with far left, quote unquote, woke content.
Yeah. So again, now he's saying like, well, Democrats controlled your entire life when it came to your job and also what you say. And Democrats also control all of Hollywood and culture from Hollywood.
This has been the default, where Gen Z men have grown up with this. It has been so ubiquitous that they had to go to alternatives to see anything else. The difference is now alternatives have been available. It wasn't available in the past. Because you're going to sit down, you're going to take it.
What do you mean alternatives weren't available in the past? Are you trying to allege that in the past there were like less I'm trying to wrap my head around this. Are you trying to argue that like, I don't know, white chicks was woke? Like I'm confused here. What are you aiming at here, Steven? Brilliant. Thank you for the 5 gifted memberships over on YouTube. Greening up the joint. Thank you very, very much.
And that's it. You're going to watch what we give you. Let me give you a very prime example of this is like Pedro Pascal, who's now in everything.
Literally.
This is a man who is a self-avowed socialist. This is a man who is vocally...
Yo, he's a self-avowed socialist? Damn, Pedro Pascal. I would love I would love to have him on the show. Maybe I'll reach out to his agent. We'll see if we can get Pedro Pascal on the show.
Pro-trans, famously wore the COVID mask that said science is real, Black Lives Matter, love is...
I'm sorry. If I thought that LGBTQ stuff made people less popular in the eyes of Gen Z, but this man is wearing like gay pro-science face masks and fighting for trans rights, and he's one of the most prolific actors of the day. I guess Hollywood is really just not in tune with what's popular. So strange.
Is love and no human is illegal.
That's a big mask.
And it's just none of those slogans on their face even...
Also, his sister is trans, and they're adorable together.
Makes sense. Even just in isolation. No human is illegal. What? Of course someone can... Well, are they out in society when they're supposed to be in jail? Did they break out? Are they in a country where they're not supposed to be? Love is love? Well, hold on a second. What about animals? What about age of consent?
Pedophilia.
Black...
What are you talking about? I feel like I stopped listening for like half a second and suddenly he's talking about that. Jesus Christ. All right, we'll backtrack real quick to figure out how he got on that point. Benjamin Kessler, thank you very much for the gifted membership.
On their face even makes sense. Thing.
Literally.
This is a man who is a self-avowed socialist. This is a man who is vocally matter, love nothing. None of those slogans on their face even make sense. Science is real, Black Lives Matter, love is love, and no human is illegal.
That's a big mask.
And it's just none of those slogans on their face even make sense.
Oh, do they not make sense? Because you seem really triggered by what they mean. You know, like if they don't make sense, why are you so triggered? If it's just gobbledygook here, Stephen, why are you so triggered by it?
Even just in isolation.
Yeah, science is real doesn't make sense. Exactly.
No human is illegal. What? Of course someone can... Well, are they out in society when they're supposed to be in jail? Did they break out? Are they in a country where they're not supposed to be? Love is...
Well, Stephen, there's something different between being guilty of a crime and your existence being illegal in and of itself, right? Like, if you have done a crime, that crime was illegal. You as a person are not illegal. Does that make sense? When you break parole, you are committing a crime, and that's illegal. But your life is not illegal. Like, there's a difference there between these things, and it's I feel like not a difficult thing to understand.
Is love? Well, hold on a second. What about animals? What about age of consent?
Pedophilia.
I'm sorry, like, what about animals? No. What about animals? What about animals? While we're talking about Steven Crowder talking about something on its face, can we take a moment to examine how Steven Crowder reacting to the phrase "love is love" and asking as his immediate follow-up question, what about the animals? That, on the face of it, makes absolutely no sense. That doesn't make sense. Like, if you hear someone say love is love and you're like, what about animals? Like, the previous statement didn't have anything to do with animals. Now, I know he's trying to like make a smear about like bestiality or something here, but like, understand in this circumstance, that's him being a weird little freak. You know? Like, he's the one playing weird little freak games here. No. I understand the implication he's trying to make, but on the face of it, it's just responding to a simple statement, love is love, and responding to it, but animals, though. Like, if you took away all of the context of love is love, and you then like brought up animals after that. That doesn't make any sense. Yeah, his is the brain going there.
Black Lives Matter? I mean, sure, no one's saying that they don't. Science is real. Well, no one's questioning.
No one's saying they don't. Literally there were, though. You were one of those voices.
Questioning the scientific method. Do you mean the dogmatic call?
Wait, I'm sorry.
Or no one's saying that they don't. Science is real. Well, no one's questioning the scientific method.
Literally, there are people questioning the scientific method. I'm sorry. Literally, that is like the bedrock of conservatism, throwing doubt on the scientific method itself.
Do you mean the dogmatic cult of modern? He just encapsulates
the dogmatic cult of science. No one's questioning the scientific method, just the dogmatic cult of science. Like, I'm sorry, what does that mean? What is the dogmatic cult of science? Like, it's just, it's a bunch of people adhering to the scientific method and then like checking each other, like looking at each other's work and trying to develop their own scientific theories. Like, it's not, all right.
Everything that is wrong and smug about Hollywood, he's actually taken that title from George Clooney. He comes from a long line of Chilean socialists, which is the reason for Pinochet, by the way. Helicopter ride might not have been the worst idea. He supported openly the Chilean socialist candidate in 2021, saying, I'm a child of socialist political refugees. We are very, 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 very liberal. And this video from The Last of Us set, I guess, isn't helping. This is the kind of thing that young men are saying, I don't want to be with that.
Freak.
Can we also just like take a moment and like, conservatives love Pinochet. I'm sorry, conservatives, like, it took me a moment to process what he was saying, but he's trying to say Pedro Pascal is a fan of Pinochet, and like, he's not. Pinochet is a conservative dictator who persecuted socialists. Like, God. Oh my God, his rainbow stick, right? He's saying that he wants to emulate Pinochet. I don't think that someone who's a socialist wants to emulate a guy who persecuted socialists.
And I don't even know what that is.
It's definitely not a guy who would survive an apocalypse.
No.
He's saying that the failed socialist policies led to Pinochet. No, but you guys aren't understanding what I'm saying. You guys aren't understanding what I'm saying. It's that Steven Crowder is a fan of Pinochet. American conservatives are fans of Pinochet. You guys aren't understanding what I'm talking about. It's more like Steven Crowder saying that Steven Crowder would like to emulate Pinochet. Yes, which is what I'm saying. Like, that makes sense. Steven Crowder and people like him have long supported Pinochet directly. Both like materially at the time and also ideologically.
It's definitely not.
He wouldn't even survive an analopolis.
No.
I didn't even get that.
If he had to do time in prison, they would...
An analopics? What?
Just show that video to play. Oh, we're going to have fun with you. So...
Man, you know, for a bunch of guys who are presumably straight, they do talk about fucking men a lot on this show. Like, it's pretty weird that they're like talking about raping Pedro Pascal. That's really disturbing and gross.
And here's the thing: when we grew up, you had plenty of female characters, and you had plenty of male characters, and you had plenty of white characters and black characters. I mean, if you were to look at,
did you though? Because you didn't. Like there are statistical breakdowns for you, bud.
the top shows, when we grew up, we've talked about this. Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, Urkel was a big one. You look at Will Smith, you look at Denzel Washington, athletes, Michael Jordan, Mike Tyson, Michael Jackson. I get it, it's not lost. I mean, that's kind of a half point, but you understand. You had women. If you go to Fresh Prince, you had the sisters, and there were storylines that surrounded around them. You had Sarah Connor.
Still, you know,
you had Alien growing up with Sigourney Weaver. Now they.
Yep, you had Sarah Connor and Sigourney Weaver and oh, we're all out of time.
Weren't all action heroes. If you look at the Breakfast Club, it was partially women, it was partially guys. You look at 16 Candles.
Yeah, if you look at movies, there were guys and girls in those movies. Let's just not look at the roles, like who got the roles in those movies. Who got which roles exactly?
Candles. You look at Home Alone, you had Macaulay Culkin, but the mom was primarily the main character. In other words, it was pretty...
Wait, the mom was the main character of Home Alone? That's insane. That's an insane thing to say. Thistles for Eyes, thank you for the gifted membership. I appreciate it. This man was raised on pop culture. Seduction Productions is a member of the chat. Okay, all right, okay. Oh, God. Thank you for the gifted membership. Yeah, we all know the main character of Home Alone wasn't Macaulay Culkin. It was the mom, who is apparently not even a named character.
Pretty balanced.
And we all know Macaulay Culkin's character name in Home Alone was Macaulay Culkin.
They say that it wasn't, but it was, and it wasn't something that we all had to think about at all times and have all content be dictated to us by committee. And so when you look at where we are now, you see the gender swaps and the racial swaps. You've now made people aware of something that maybe they didn't even have a problem with before. So you look at Ghostbusters.
Well, I mean, back in the day, there were also gender swaps and race swaps that happened during production of a lot of those original films that were based on books or, you know, previous comic books or whatever. That happened already from source material to like movie or TV adaptation. But also, we're doing an awful lot more movie and TV adaptations today of previously existing movies and TV. And I don't know if people understand this, but as time changes, there's different people. So you can't just cast the same people as before. You have to cast new people. And sometimes the best actor or actress for a job might not be the one you were expecting. That happens in casting sometimes. Good night, C. Selkie.
Sucked. Look at Ocean's 8. Sucked. Indiana Jones.
Wait. Ocean's 8 sucked? Ocean's 8 sucked. Wait a minute. This is my controversial take, okay? My controversial take is that I really fucking liked Ocean's 8. It was fun.
Good afternoon, Miss Ocean. As you know, parole is a privilege.
It's a mistake, but it happened. And if I were to be released, I would I would just want the simple life. I just want to hold down a job, make some friends. Yeah.
Also, holy shit. The women in this movie are so fine. They're so fine.
Pay my bills.
Even if this was possible, you'd need 20 people.
7 people.
Why do you need to do this?
Because it's what I'm good at.
Also, oh my god, her outfits are so good. Her outfits are so good, so good.
How long would it take you to make 7 pieces of jewelry?
5 or 6 hours.
How long if I told you you didn't have to live with your mother anymore?
इसलिए तुम्हारे पास कोई पति नहीं है. Less.
What's your name? Name Ball. What's your real name?
8 Ball.
I'm gonna be really poor.
What if we could make all this go away?
Can I get my watch back, please? And hers as well?
Sorry.
It's okay.
I am with my family. I told you not.
I'm in your garage. Do you want me to tell you how big the job
No,
is?
I'm out.
I'm gonna tell you how big the job is.
I'll be back before you know it.
Can I come with you?
This is Mommy's very special work trip.
Kate Blanchett doesn't fucking miss.
In 3.5 weeks, the Met will be hosting its annual ball.
Like, I'm sorry. Did the fucking aura of her just crossing her legs there?
In 3.5 weeks, the Met will be hosting.
Look, the fucking aura on Kate Blanchett. It's unparalleled.
Its annual ball. And we are going to rob it. Not the ball itself.
On the neck of Daphne Kluger.
Valued at over $100 million.
150 million, actually.
Revenge. It's a twofer.
Do not run a job in a job.
Taylor Swift? Can't we just go to this? Do we have to steal stuff?
Yes.
Is it genetic? Are the whole family like this?
Literally.
It was a fun movie. I'm not even saying it's like the best Ocean's 11 movie, but it's really fun. Have I seen the Kate Blanchett in rope bondage photo shoot? No, I haven't. You son of a bitch, I'm in. Exactly. But yeah, apparently to Steven Crowder, that feels too much. It's too much, I tell you.
Star Wars, pretty much all of Marvel.
Oh my God, there are now women in Indiana Jones and Star Wars and almost all of the Marvel movies. Not women. Those were all for the guys.
And the problem with those isn't that they're female characters or they're gay characters or whatever. The problem with those is that they're replacing.
Yes.
That there was something.
Replacing what? I'm sorry, what was being replaced in Indiana Jones and the Dial of Destiny? What was being replaced when, like, I don't know, any of the Marvel movies happened? You weren't getting like comic direct faithful adaptations for any of those. Like, it would be fine if it was like its own thing, and like you were mad about Ocean's 8, which was its own thing.
Right. And then they're like, oh, well, we need to make a different version of this.
Right.
No. We were fine when it was just female characters.
That's just capitalism. They're just remaking shit and making it a little bit different so that you'll keep buying tickets. It's a dupe on you, I say. A dupe. Hey, Ivory Valentine, thank you for the $5 super chat. Absolutely made my night. Ocean's 8 is my favorite just for fun movie of all time. It's so fun. And the outfits are so good.
black characters, Asian characters, gay characters, whatever it is, if it's an original thing, that it didn't bother anybody. But when it's when you're saying, oh, what we had before was you, and you're not good enough, we're going to replace it with something else.
No one was demanding that George Clooney play Malcolm X in the biopic.
Yeah.
It's true.
We were okay with it.
I would like to see it.
No one was demanding George Clooney play Malcolm X in the biopic, just like no one was demanding that King Louis be played by Idris Elba. And by the way, we were completely fine with Will Smith being the single highest paid action hero of the decade.
Yeah, still fine with it.
All of those were fine.
I was going to.
Yeah. And as we all know, Will Smith is the entirety of Hollywood industry, and there's no one else all the way down the food chain that gets involved where it might be inequitable in the Hollywood system. As we all know, if you get to the top of the system, like that's, you know, you're just the top of the system, you know, like all inequalities below you don't matter. Bacon Force Alpha, thank you for subscribing on Twitch.
Every one of them, I was like, he's in another movie.
Every single one of them we had.
And Denzel Washington.
Yeah.
No one had a problem with it until you just started telling us that we need to correct something that didn't need to be corrected.
Okay, wait. We do. Just take a look here. Like, I'm not entirely sure. But I'm going out on a limb and guessing that Denzel Washington has probably encountered some, you know, racism while working as a movie star. He talks about it rather frequently in interviews. Yeah. Like, he also talks about how he has been asked about it ad nauseum to such a degree that he gets upset when the concept of diversity is brought up, because he feels like the only reason he's being asked that is because of his skin color. And, like, understandable. He's one of the biggest black actors of all time, and I'm sure he gets a ton of questions like that. But to act like, oh, everyone was fine with it, nah, that's not true. And he's talked about it numerous times in the past.
By the way, this is also not because they're trying to make something, as far as Hollywood, representative of our society. They are trying to mold.
Oh, true. The thing is, Paladin, you are absolutely correct. It is okay to either like or dislike an all-female cast movie. I think your example of Ocean's 8 being good and like the Ghostbusters reboot attempt being bad, I think that's a great example. Like the 2016 Ghostbusters, I did not like it. I did not care for it one bit. But Ocean's 8 was good. Both similar concepts when it comes to casting. Pretty significant differences when it came to execution.
Society. Just look at the overrepresentation of LGBTQAIP couples. So they make up at least 9% of regularly occurring characters on TV shows. That's a 13 times increase, despite the fact that they make up anywhere from 2 to 5% of the population. You can find some numbers in recent years as high as 15 to 20% of on-air couples.
And they often feel forced.
Yes, they very much
feel often feel forced, and they force love scenes.
It often feels forced. They're forcing me to watch it. They put so much gay stuff on my screen. Sometimes my wife walks in and I have to say, honey, I didn't look for this. It just forced its way onto my desktop. I didn't look for this. It just forced its way onto my computer. No, honey, I didn't type in Pornhub.com. It forced its way into my URL bar.
and you're like, what? If you're looking at the dialogue of the movie, you're like, doesn't even make sense. They just wanted to put a gay scene in here.
Well, that's what I was going to say. Is Disney especially is renowned for shoehorning. They love to take something that doesn't belong and just shove it in there and make it happen. That's
both true literally and I guess metaphorically.
Yeah, famously, no other films have ever shoehorned unnecessary parts into their movies. Truly, that is only Disney, and definitely not for financial reasons so that they can easily remove LGBTQ people from films in order to better market them and release them in countries where it's illegal to be gay.
Yeah. Well, this brings us to the next point. I guess it's point 3 or point 4 with young Gen Z men. It's pretty hard to blame people.
That's a good point, Paladin. A lot of TV shows are about people who live and work in metropolitan areas in major cities, and those are places where people have a lot more gays. And that's true. It's almost like that lends a certain air of veritas to the production. Almost like there's a certain je ne sais quoi about the gays. And also, let's be real here, people like Steven Crowder love seeing the gays in things so that they can rush to their little show and make a bunch of hateful comments about how there are gay people in a thing now and get like 100,000 views easy on like a clip from it. You know, they it's kind of their like entire business model these days.
Well, men, namely white men, but Hispanic men are throwing their lot in there because you're not promising them a bunch of freebies either, assuming they're here legally. It's pretty hard to blame them for all of society's ills and tell them that there's nothing they can actually do to correct it, short of lowering their own quality of life without them rejecting it. It's the...
Who's making these arguments? Like, there's nothing you can do about it unless you lower the quality of your own life. What are you talking about? Like, be specific. You're making vague claims. Make a concrete claim.
Constant vilification of masculinity. And we see this trend on the left. Look, this is not hyperbole. They pretty much have, for the last decade and a half, blamed men exclusively for everything wrong.
For the last 15 years, the left has blamed men exclusively for everything wrong. Elaborate on that, please?
I mean, this is a serious crisis. The state of men, hypermasculinity, man up, be a man. I mean, what is going on in this space?
We need more of that.
God, Gavin Newsom is such a piece of shit. Who's he interviewing here? This is Gavin Newsom. Who is he interviewing here? Let's see. He did two. Oh no, he did a show with Newt Gingrich, with Dr. Phil, Amy Klobuchar. God, fucking Amy. Was this Frank Lutz? No, May 7th. Let's go a little bit further down. May 7th. This is how Democrats win back men with Jason Katz. I don't know who that is. Let's find out. Let's see. Educator made a program around preventing gendered violence. Seems to have some pretty significant bona fides academically. All right. Well, let's hear him out.
Courage.
Is that new?
What about social courage, which is to say speaking up in the face of, abuse, whether it's, your friends of yours making derogatory comments or online spaces where guys are being really disrespectful to girls
Men already
or women
did.
and calling them out and saying, hey, that's not cool.
There's too much of toxicity
It's masculine toxicity.
Oh, wait. Okay, so in this montage, hey, you should stand up for people who your friends are making fun of, you know, if they're like being bigoted. Okay, that shouldn't be a high bar for your friends to clear.
It's not cool.
There's too much of toxicity. It's masculine toxicity
game
out
into
there.
another.
We've kind of
It looks like he
confused
huffs paint.
what it means
He's
to be
never
a
been in
man.
a fight.
What the
Yeah, I don't think they know what toxic masculinity is. I think they're just playing that buzzword without context to an audience that is primed to think that toxic masculinity means that masculinity itself is toxic.
What the hell are you waiting for? Because if it's the woman thing, it's time to get over that. It's time for hope, for change. It's time to be a man and vote for a woman.
We know that the silent majority of white men aren't actually MAGA supporters.
I'm a 56-year-old gun-owning white guy. Kamala Harris thinks I'll vote for her. She's right.
Hey, white dudes. So I think we're all pretty sick of hearing how much we suck every time.
Wait, so are they trying to argue that like culture and society are all right?
You go online, it's the same story. We're the problem. And yeah, some white dudes are. Trump and all his MAGA buddies are out there making it worse, shouting nonsense in their stupid red hats and acting like they speak for us when they don't.
I feel like really bummed that the right wing is like really dooming a lot of little trying to doom a lot of little boys into unhappiness and like conditioning a lot of men into loneliness.
Right.
That's absolutely true. If you I'm sorry, if you behave like what Steven Crowder's been outlining throughout this entire video, you're gonna be lonely. Like 10,000%. Like, this man is the most divorced man alive, aura-wise, for a reason. He's not going to be able to teach you how to have good friendships or how to have healthy relationships.
So let's go with that for a second. It's like, yeah, some white dudes do suck. Those are just Trump voters, but they don't represent the rest of us. Okay, so young white men go, all right, what do you got? Sit down, shut up, silence is violence, check your privilege, LGBTQAIP, be an ally, and be a man, vote for a woman.
We're also tired of being the only people you can say that about.
Yeah.
Now I can see a commercial. It's like, bow, now, now. Some black dudes suck.
Yeah, I mean,
and then just show a montage we showed earlier.
Yeah.
Like it's frustrating to be like, why you keep browbeating? You say it all the time. You're browbeating us.
Yeah, I wonder if there's like any kind of cultural context around black people being discriminated against and how white people might be discriminated against. I wonder if there's any like cultural context or historical context that might alter the public perception and acceptability of those two different things. I wonder if anything might lead to that. BS, these losers all say it. Yeah, I mean, like, no one's coming after these guys. They're fine in their cushy little studio, you know? But like, well, you can't say that anymore. That thing I just said, you can't say it anymore.
Knock it off.
Look at this chick. Bet she can't do pull-ups.
And it's
why are you all laughing at that? That wasn't that funny. And also, again, further proves how hollow your point was.
just like the left can't help themselves because they have no answers. Like, we're not saying all white men. We're not saying all young men. Oh, okay, good. So how can I be a man of whom you approve? Well, you just have to start by hating yourself. You have to start.
No. You just have to start and recognize that you can be free of like arbitrary constraints placed on you because you're a man. Like, all the times people said, don't cry, you're a man. That's actually bullshit. Crying is healthy. Not crying is very unhealthy and self-destructive. Simple things like this. That's how you start. You actually start from a place of loving yourself, a place of caring about yourself
The
and others.
problem with toxic dude culture is that it self-spirals. They go online and make JQ jokes, cause it's edgy, and then go out and get destroyed. So then they go online and double down.
Yeah. I mean, it's like a stew, like a stewing in their emotions. But specifically emotions of like resentment and guilt and, you know, shoring up any of those feelings with more misogyny, more hatred directed outward and inward. And like, that's a burden men don't need to deal with. Like, there's a healthier way to be a man than constantly beating yourself up because you know, cried in front of your dad, or because you know, like doing something that is stereotypically not masculine. You know, like it's fine to do those things.
Start by hating yourself. And you have to start by taking it. You have to say, believe all women. Well, hold on a second. I'm a young man. I know some women. I wouldn't believe all of them. Well, then you're not. Well, then you're part of the problem. Well, hold on a second. Hold on a second.
Again, that's not what believe all women tends to mean. I mean, I know that this can trip up some people, but the whole believe all women line is just that statistically, women are telling the truth when they make accusations of sexual assault. That doesn't mean it's always the case, always true, but like, just as a rule of thumb, if you know nothing else about the case, believing an initial accusation is actually a healthy thing to do. But there's also a big difference between like believe all women in like a colloquial social context versus like if you're a criminal investigator. You know, like they're two very different things. You don't need to delude yourself into thinking you're the criminal investigator. You're just like a bystander in the court of public opinion. Very different role.
Second. I do think, I am a young man. I do think that Black Lives Matter. Of course I do. But I also think that all lives matter. Well, sorry, you can't be included among us. You're one of those Trump people.
No, you can literally be included. It's just understanding that if you go into the venue of like a Black Lives Matter protest, like there's a certain amount of baggage connected to the All Lives Matter signs because of how they were used in opposition to the Black Lives Matter movement, which was specifically about racial injustice and addressing that so that all lives would matter. Again, when you clip these things without context, yeah, it's gonna sound wonky because they're slogans for a movement, and that movement has context.
Well, hold on a second. I am a young man, and I do believe that you should be free to love who you want. But I also see some value in the nuclear family and rearing of children. Well, no, then you're not.
Well, wait a minute. Literally, no one is saying like that straight people shouldn't be able to have families. That's not a mainstream opinion. That's not a mainstream position. No, like even the gays aren't going around being like, hey, we need to make sure straights stop having kids. Like, that's not a thing. That's an imagined like fever dream from the bigoted mind of Steven Crowder, right? Like, no one's saying straight people can't be together. What is happening though is people like Steven Crowder making the argument that like gay people shouldn't be together, that like trans people shouldn't be allowed to exist, because there's a difference between you yourself valuing, a nuclear family with a man and a woman in your household. There's a difference between you valuing that and forcing that to be the norm for other people who do not value the same things you do. That's your choice to make. You do not get to make other people's choices.
Well, hold on a second. I am a young man, okay? I don't want to be one of the bad ones, but I do believe that men and women are inherently different, and we probably excel in different roles. Well, then you just can't be among us. They cannot fix.
Notice how, again, Steven Crowder, and I want you, if you're conservative, you've made it this far into the video, Steven Crowder just said men are not as good as women. He just said it in his segment about how young men have been completely abandoned by Democrats. And in his segment where he's trying to make the case that conservatives, they really believe in men so much more than Democrats.
Different, and we probably accept. I am a young man, okay? I don't want to be one of the bad ones, but I do believe that men and women are inherently different, and we probably excel in different roles. Well, then you just can't.
Oh, men and women are inherently different, and we probably excel at different roles. Another way of saying that is that he thinks that women are better at some things than men, and that men are better at some things than women. But what is implicit in that kind of judgment is the idea that if you're a man, you are less in tune with your emotions. It is the like outgrowth of the idea that men, you're a man, man up, don't cry. Okay? Real men don't cry. That's for women. And I just want to throw out there that, like, that is him saying men are not as good as women when it comes to these select things. And I'm here to tell you that's bullshit. Men feel just as much as women. Men can do the things that women do. Women can do the things that men do. These are not, like, locked in stone by any means. And to act like it is, to act like this should be the general rule that other people govern their lives by, that's trying to make other people's choices for them. And frankly, I view that as pretty antithetical to the very concept of freedom that Steven Crowder and conservatives in general tend to profess they believe in. But this is why I think a lot of conservatives are full of shit. Because ultimately what Steven Crowder wants to do is outlaw gay marriage. He wants to get rid of trans people as a concept. And it's, well, that's I think, bad, actually. I think he's being disingenuous while pitching young men on this idea of masculinity. And depraved ambience, you are 100% correct. He's trying to make the argument that men and women are good at different jobs, separate jobs, but they're equal in importance. He's making the separate but equal argument, except that I'm going to be honest with you here. Conservatives that make this argument do not believe in that equality. They do not believe that men and women being better or at certain things, or men being better at certain things and women being better at certain things, mean that they are both equal. When you start drilling down deeper into this kind of ideological, like, chain of events or chain sequence, the kind of ideology that Steven Crowder is peddling is that, well, the man should obviously be the head of the household. That's the one last step that they're missing. And then you have, like, a supremacy. You have, like, that idea that actually they're not equal, They want hierarchy. Exactly.
Can't be among us. They cannot fix it. And I mean, just proof positive of this is look at their vice chair, the DNC, David Hogg, who, by the way, just recently in a PR attempt swapped brains with an actual man in the latest documentary. Yeah. And that's just, look, I don't want to see it.
I have no idea what that was. I imagine it might have been a bit, but I don't know. That doesn't work for me either.
Want to see it.
What a man wants, what a man needs.
David Hogg has no idea.
The answer is boobs.
Yes.
That's all it is. It's like, it's
wants,
a super
needs,
quick song.
I'm not a boob guy.
And we are seeing the divide with.
Don't talk about boobs, guys. It's going to make Steven Crowder sad. He hasn't seen any in years.
Young men and young women. That is true. Young women are still voting overwhelmingly liberal, but that's true across pretty much all generations. And here's the thing. If you want to, I think what Republicans, what conservatives need to do, because for so long I've been saying we have to go after the black vote, we have to go after. There was pretty much no effort. You'd be hard pressed to find someone who can say that there was a really concerted effort to win young Hispanic men this last election from Republicans, and certainly not enough to counteract the rhetoric of, hey, we need to get rid of illegal aliens, and the Democrats saying that means all brown people, right? And they overwhelmingly naturally veered towards Trump and Republicans. Why? Because of masculinity, because they respect the masculinity. They respect the unapologetic, okay, we are going to do the right thing in spite of it being unpopular, for example. You can say what you want. It wasn't popular when Donald Trump said they're not sending their best and brightest. Back then, that was basically like a calling for another Reich, right? And they naturally...
Man, it's so interesting that eventually conservatives just say the quiet part out loud, isn't it? Just... so interesting.
Even look with young black men, they tend to vote as a monolith because of NGOs and because of lobbyists and because of affirmative action. They tend to vote overwhelmingly Democrat, but they still, young black men veered significantly more conservative without being pandered to. I don't think the answer for conservatives is to go, okay, we have young men now, or young white and Hispanic men, now we need to bring in another group. No, I think you need to keep doing this. Keep doing what you're doing, solidify that, because people will naturally gravitate toward it. For women, probably not. Women who are married become much more conservative. Women who have children become much more conservative.
I wonder if that's because the way we have culturally created and upheld marriage in our society selects for those qualities. I don't know.
Single women, whether they are 20 or 50, vote Democrat, statistically. If they are single, usually miserable, let's be honest, they vote Democrat. So the key...
And look, let's be honest, Steven Crowder is an expert on being single and miserable. He knows what he's talking about, ladies.
Here is to continue encouraging the family unit, to continue creating and fostering a culture of, hey, you know what? You missed the American dream post-World War II, right? Our greatest era. Well, a big part of that was the family unit. A big part of the American dream.
Yeah. It was the family unit. Definitely not like reaping the benefits of the Marshall Plan to rebuild the industrial capacity of the world and also becoming one of the prime producers for the world following a collapse post World War II. You know, like definitely not any of that. Definitely not like a direct result of New Deal policies being implemented and, mass manufacturing taking off. And yeah, it was definitely because of the nuclear family, not because of all that other horse shit.
Was working hard and being okay with
the 90% wealth tax, yeah.
A single income household. A return to traditionalism. You create and you foster that environment. You'll continue.
Look, he's very pro-nuclear family, guys. He's going to get around to it eventually himself. Just, give him some time in the dating pool. All right.
To win young men. And as women get absorbed into those units, which they find out are actually better for them than the lie of becoming a boss girl, they'll become more conservative. It's still a tough nut to crack. But we see what happens returning Roe v. Wade, returning abortion to the states. Hey, you might as well say Hail Hitler, according to a lot of young single women out there. Hey.
Well, I didn't know that Stephen would be talking about an establishment of a Trump Reich in 2016. Or talk about heiling Hitler. I didn't see that coming. Jeez Louise, dude.
Hobby Lobby providing 16 out of 21 forms of birth control to their employees. It still wasn't enough. You can't get through this or solve it by pandering. There's momentum with young.
But I do have to give him this, okay? Like Steven Crowder understands fundamentally that it is like it's an existential struggle, like he understands like this is a fight. And in order to win it, you need to crush your opponent. It's not enough to just win the game and then turn around and do a sportsman-like handshake when it comes to the political arena. You have to crush your enemy. And you have to win and then continue implementing your policy. A lesson, unfortunately, our Democrats are too cowardly to learn at this particular juncture.
Young men.
Yeah.
By the way, of all races, continue with that, and if you create a strong foundation for a society, people will see it, and they'll become more conservative. Don't do the whole, how do we get the black vote? How do we get the Hispanic vote? How do we get the female vote? Do what you're doing because we know the results will speak for themselves. And people right now are opening their eyes to the lie, especially after COVID, especially after George Floyd, the Summer of Love, especially after everything that we've the 2020 election. This is something that you couldn't have created in a lab or with a Frank Luntz focus group in his toupee and silly little sneakers, where you say, hey, how do we reach? This reaches people. We have never seen young men, like we're seeing now with Gen Z men, overwhelmingly move to my right, your left. We can kind of only expect that as they get older. And if they're conservative now and you keep your foot on the gas, they're going to stay that way and become more right-leaning. You know why? Because it's the truth. It's what made this country great. That's what Make America Great is, again. Strong families, strong communities. You reap the fruits of your labor, and you become a good citizen.
Yeah, I don't think Steven Crowder's actually in favor of anyone reaping the fruits of their labor, considering his company's anti-worker policies. But okay, sir.
We follow rule of law. That's the message. It appeals to everyone. Do it, and don't tiptoe.
And this guy knows a thing about tiptoeing.
Vagina is exactly what I would say if I wasn't here on YouTube. So go.
Oh my God. Dude just said so, like, he wasn't like fake saying those slurs either. He was just straight up saying them. Like he sat in his office at work, looked into a camera, said those words, and then had somebody bleep them out. That's crazy. Why do they keep bringing up the Summer of Love thing? Isn't that a 1970s? Yes, it's a 1960s thing, but they're saying they call like the George Floyd protests the Summer of Love. He's mentally 7. I don't know. I feel like someone older than 7 would have like the knowledge of slurs that he was using. Like he used some wild one. Like I heard one that I'm pretty sure is a slur for black men. And it was yeah, if you guys want to hear him say all those slurs, you could subscribe to him over on Rumble. Hey, do you want to hear him drop an F slur? Go watch his show on Rumble, everyone. Jesus Christ. Whew. This man needs to stop lying to himself and go suck some dick already. I mean, who's to say he's not, you know? But wow, okay, so that's what Steven Crowder's up to these days. Damn, that's crazy. Anyway, how about we just all agree that like the way Democrats actually appeal to working class men is with pro-working class policies. Simple as that. Just policies that materially help men and women and everyone else. Like that's what wins over working class voters. And the kind of culture war shit that he's trying to push here, that like, oh yes, they're not voting for the Dems because the gays are around. Like that's bullshit. It's just bullshit. It's because the Dems aren't offering material improvements to their lives. And ultimately, material improvements will be what get people to vote for you. And I just have to say, like, he's doing the same shit that the Democrats do. You know? This is pandering bullshit. I hope you guys understand what he's trying to make here is the conservative version of pandering bullshit to straight white guys. Like that's what he's trying to do here. He's trying to make pandering bullshit for straight white guys. And in that sense, he's just recreating what the Democrats have been doing. Like, they can't even be original about their strategies here, you know? Anyway, folks, that was certainly a segment. Now, folks, how we all doing? We've been going for about 4 hours now. If you've been enjoying the show, hit that follow button, hit that subscribe button, hit that like button, and consider dropping those subs, donos, memberships, super chats, etc. You got to click the button. Go, go, go. Click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click button, click button, click Good night, dang flabbit 420. Glad you enjoyed your daily dose of brain rot. Make sure you consume it responsibly. Get good sleep. All that jazz. Damn near seems like the Dems are a pretend opposition party that secretly wants to lose. I understand why people feel that way. I don't think it is the case, but I understand why people feel that way.
Money.
Comrade Girl 2018, thank you for the $10 super chat. I very, very much appreciate that. Thank you so goddamn much. Hell yeah. Playing Warhammer 3, monstrous Nurgle Toads wiped my army. I'm sorry to hear that, Ethriel. Happens to the best of us.
People are aroused. I haven't seen people so aroused in a very, very long time.
I think the Dems are just addicted to wealthy donors, don't actually have any real stances as a party. We can change that by getting involved. It's true! Get involved with your local Dems. Get involved with your local DSA. You guys can make the difference. So many of you have been doing it, and it's wonderful to see. And I genuinely believe you guys can make a difference in your communities if you get involved now. Okay? Do Dems just suck at trying to be opposition? Kind of. It's because a lot of them take that corporate money, and that corporate money kills their politics. It is the poisoned pill that disables them and turns them into stooges as they mature as lawmakers, you know? Which is why we need more good people in politics fighting the good fight and making sure that doesn't happen. We have multiple shimps going to the DSA National Convention this year. Hell yeah. Imagine what happens in the next 2 years, what shimps can do. Indeed, all the places you'll go, chat. Thank you, Jack and Christina, for cyberbullying me into DSA. Good. More of you need to join DSA. Make it not as insane. Make it more of a sane place, please. Anyone else excited for tomorrow? I am super excited to see what happens. What is this? Happy to see the poster board section of stores empty. Hell yeah, K-Fox. Can't wait to see the protests. It feels like Christmas Eve. I can't sleep. It's exciting, you know? I hope it's huge. I hope it's just absolutely huge. Going to a general DSA meeting tomorrow? Hell yeah. Let's go, cool trainer. I bought the last 2 large American flags that Michael's had. Let's go, Mr. Malachite. r/late stage capitalism is very anti-DSA. Yeah, I don't care what any subreddit thinks. You're in Denver taking your 12-year-old? Hell yeah, Fuzzy Simba. Let's go! Okay. Oh, you know, this might be worth talking about.
$34 billion and power.
Oh God, okay. So, folks, there's a new Daily Wire show, and I'm confused by their direction. And I think you're going to rapidly see why. Because, you know, we all are familiar with our Ben Shapiro shows, our Michael Knowles shows, our Matt Walsh shows, our Andrew Clavens, even on an odd day. But I don't think any of you are prepared for Morning Wire, which is apparently their newish morning show that they've been putting out. And it looks like an unholy combination of, like, if you tried to have Brett Cooper do an NPR show. And I don't know what they're going for. I like, it's like I look at this and I'm like, I understand what the Daily Wire's audience is looking for, and it's not this, you know? So let's just take a quick look here.
Governor Newsom moves to block Marines and National Guard as anti-ICE riots continue in L.A.
I can inform the rest of the country that when they do it, if they do it, they're going to be met with equal or greater.
They've got like what's the big stringed instrument where they pluck the strings? Looks like a gigantic violin. Do you guys know what I'm talking about? I'm totally a bass. Is it just called a bass? No, like in like orchestral music, a cello, I think. Or is it a stand-up bass? Okay, you guys know more about me. All right. Okay, all right. A lot of you guys knowing a lot more about these instruments than I do.
Force.
I'm Daily Wire executive editor John Bickley. Georgia Howe is off today. It's Wednesday, June 11th, and this is Morning Wire.
Oh, this one doesn't have his co-host.
Robert Kennedy Jr. ousts an entire vaccine
Like it's very weird, right?
advisory panel saying they've lost the public's trust. And show them the money. College athletes will now be getting paid to play.
The NCAA is essentially
It kind of feels like this was made with AI.
dead.
Thanks for waking up with Morning Wire. Stay tuned. We have the news you need to know.
America is built on hard work and powered by American energy. Chevron has spent
Literally shilling for fossil fuels. It's insane, dog.
$44 billion with local businesses across all 50 states since 2022, fueling
It's like evil NPR. It's crazy.
Infrastructure and communities, all while strengthening local economies. Last year, Chevron.
It's like if we were in Star Trek. This is a portal to the mirror universe where just inexplicably everyone has a mustache and they're all evil.
On increased U.S. production nearly 20%, powering communities and businesses from the heartlands to the coasts. We're helping to fuel America's energy advantage, building a brighter future right here at home. Visit chevron.com/America to discover more.
As anti-Trump riots continue in Los Angeles, more violent demonstrations.
It's so weird.
This feels like a Temu alt-right, all things considered. I wonder if maybe they're hoping to get a permanent grift on National Public Radio as some sort of cultural balancing.
Honestly, it wouldn't surprise me if they tried to like spin off into being like acquired by PBS or something and then infect it like a cancer. Like genuinely, I don't know what they're going with here.
Have broken out in cities
Or
nationwide. Daily Wire senior editor Cabot Phillips has more on the troubling trend. Hey, Cabot, so more cities seeing these demonstrations, a lot of them getting sort of out of control. What are we seeing now?
Yeah, in the last 24 hours, we've seen these violent anti-ICE demonstrations continue to spread. In San Francisco, for example, more than 150 people have been arrested after a riot formed outside of the local ICE office there, where cars and city buses were destroyed, storefronts vandalized, and police.
Think of the Waymos. Think of all of the defenseless Waymos that lost their lives that day.
Assaulted. In New York, at least a dozen more were arrested outside of Trump Tower after resisting police and attempting to shut down traffic. And anti-ICE organizers say that they're planning demonstrations in Chicago, Austin, Dallas, Atlanta, the list goes on. But LA is still the epicenter of the unrest this week, with riots continuing Tuesday night. In the last 24 hours, looting there has become widespread. We've seen a large Apple store robbed by...
Can we take a second
24
here?
hours, looting there has become widespread.
Oh no. Like, on the one hand, is theft bad? Should you not steal? Yeah, you shouldn't steal. But on the other hand, are we really hand-wringing over a guy taking like a half-sold Frito-Lay's display? Like, are we really that upset? I'm sorry, the total value of everything here, it's a cardboard box display with a couple bags of chips in there. Like, I don't know, that's like you bought in bulk at Costco. You'll be fine.
Spread. We've seen a large Apple store robbed by hundreds of rioters. We also saw jewelry and shoe stores.
Oh no. How will Apple ever recover from this?
Looted as well. Here's one store owner in the city who spoke out Tuesday.
This is so ridiculous. This doesn't look like this is for they're protesting for ICE or anything. This is they're doing just for the looting the stores and everything.
Now, the riots in LA have drawn a lot of attention to Mayor Karen Bass. We talked about her yesterday. A lot of this attention not good for her. How is she responding?
Yeah, a lot of people frustrated with the mayor, who has continued to downplay these riots, saying the violence is taking place only in, quote, several isolated streets in downtown Los Angeles. It's not even all of downtown Los Angeles. Bass has made clear from the very start here that she places the blame not on the rioters, but on the Trump administration. Here she is on CNN.
If immigration raids had not happened here, we would not have the disorder that went on last night. I will tell you that it is peaceful now. If they see ICE, they go out and they...
Wait, she's right, though. If the Trump administration hadn't just started arresting people who were abiding by the law en masse, people wouldn't have gone out and protested. Like there wouldn't have been the chaos in the streets of like these cops beating people and like shooting them with projectiles and making them angrier and angrier until they fucking broke, you know?
Protests. And so it's just a recipe for pandemonium that is completely unnecessary.
But while Mayor Bass says the riots are being blown out of proportion by the media and that the LAPD has the situation under control, Police Chief Jim McDonnell is directly refuting that characterization.
Tonight we had individuals out there shooting commercial-grade fireworks at our officers. That can kill you. We are overwhelmed as far as the number of people out there engaged in this type of activity. They'll take backpacks, and the backpack will have a cinder block in it. They have a hammer, and they'll break up the cinder block and use that, pass it around to throw at officers, to throw at cars, and throw at other people.
Now, Trump has been very proactive.
Now, that's crazy because, you know, the LAPD police chief also said this yesterday. Pushes back on Trump's claim National Guard is necessary to quell LA protests. Let's see. We're nowhere near a level where we would be reaching out to the governor for National Guard at this stage, McDonnell said Wednesday evening on CNN's The Source with host Caitlin Collins. And my hope is that things are going in the right direction now and that we wouldn't have to have done that, or we won't either. That's so interesting. Oh, Donald Trump said, quote, in fact, the police chief said so much. If you look at what his statements were, he said, we're very lucky to have had them. The president added, if we weren't there, the city would have been burned to the ground, would be burning now. And Collins played the clip for McDonnell on her show. And he said, no, we were not in a position to request the National Guard. So I don't know. It seems like the guy that they're playing to back up their point doesn't actually back up their point.
When it comes to this issue, how has he responded to these ongoing riots?
Yeah, he's continued to repeat his belief that had he not mobilized the National Guard and deployed Marines, Los Angeles would be burning right now. Speaking from the Oval Office Tuesday, Trump had a clear message for folks in the rest of the country.
You know, if we didn't attack this one very strongly, you'd have them all over the country. But I can inform the rest of the country that when they do it, if they do it, they're going to be met with equal or greater force.
But Democratic lawmakers nationwide have continued to push back on his mobilizing of the National Guard and the Marines, saying it was unnecessary and even fascist. Not only is Governor Newsom suing the Trump administration, calling the mobilization of troops a, quote, unmistakable step towards authoritarianism, but on Tuesday, he also filed an emergency motion requesting a restraining order.
I know that this is boring, but I'm kind of fascinated by this. Like the existence of this show.
To block the deployment of National Guardsmen and Marines. That request ultimately was denied by a judge Tuesday night. The president responded to that move during a speech to troops at Fort Bragg.
Under the Trump administration.
But this does feel like it was created by AI. Like, I don't believe these are real human beings.
This anarchy will not stand. We will not allow federal agents to be attacked, and we will not allow an American city to be invaded and conquered by a foreign enemy. And that's what they are.
And one interesting polling nugget that's worth mentioning here. Based on the latest numbers among U.S. legal immigrants, the GOP now holds an 8-point advantage over Democrats on the question of which party they trust more on immigration.
Well, immigration continues to be a strong issue for Republicans and Trump in particular. Cabot, thanks so much for reporting.
Absolutely.
Do you have an ancient match?
I'm so fascinated here. I want to see if there's any notice in here. Okay. What a weird description. This video includes information, descriptions, video, and images meant to give important context to viewers, By including this context, the overlaid commentary, criticism, and analysis is able to serve the public's interest in the discussed subject matter. Pairing the appropriate context with the included commentary allows the video to 1. Educate viewers. 2. Document newsworthy events or other matters of public interest. To the greatest extent possible, the included commentary is intended to A. Accurately identify the involved parties, B. Describe the subject matter in detail, C. Clearly articulate condemnation and criticism of the subject behavior while including an opposing view, and D. To discourage viewers from engaging in the subject behavior. That's weird. Like, what is this? I really want to know if they're doing like deep fakes. I really want to know if they are doing like AI shit. Cause that does read to me like a Chat GPT ass description. Huh. Like
because of your sanctuary state policies.
Thanks for waking up with Morning Wire. Stay tuned. We have the news you need to know.
Hey guys, producer Brandon here. Balanced nature, fruits and veggies.
Israel bombed Tehran early after these nuclear talks broke down. We now have Operation Rising Lion.
They have like a whole panel of people now. Like, so we have 2 hosts. We have this guy. We have that other guy. Like, what? This is some weird shit. Advertising pocket hose? I just, like, this doesn't feel like a real show to me.
Los Angeles, praying that doesn't happen. Megan, thanks so much for reporting.
Yep. Thanks, John.
Democrat governors tried to defend their sanctuary policies before Congress yesterday.
Republicans grilled governors on their handling of criminal illegal migrants in a fiery hearing. Daily Wire investigative reporter Mairead Lordy is here with the details. So, Mairead, tell us about this hearing.
Hi, Georgia.
Nah, this is like some AI shit. I don't know exactly what they did here to make this an AI production, but like this is AI somehow, and I don't have any idea which parts, if it's written by AI, video producing AI, like I don't know. Most people's pocket hoses aren't happy to see this show. God. They look too smooth. Let's see. Joined in April of 2025. What about over on Instagram? New episodes at 3:30 a.m. Central Time? Jesus.
Democratic governors Kathy Hochul of New York, J.B. Pritzker, at one point struggled to respond. Admitted.
A judge has dismissed Justin Baldoni's lawsuit against Blake Lively. Lively's attorney told Jake Tapper that she and her husband, Ryan Reynolds, feel pleased with the dismissal.
They're vindicated. They are gratified.
Assisting in a smear campaign. Baldoni co-starred with Lively in the movie It Ends With Us, and their relationship soured during filming.
Happened to her.
Singer Taylor Swift has been subpoenaed in the lawsuit by Baldoni's
there's something really uncanny about all of this. I'm so fascinated by this. It's just such a bizarre thing. It's just such a bizarre thing. There's no way that show goes anywhere without an amount of astroturfing that I don't believe the Daily Wire can afford anymore. I mean, yeah, that's exactly like what's going on, right? Like their YouTube videos are getting like 80,000 views a piece, but they only have 6,000 subscribers. Now, I know I'm not really in a place to like cast aspersions or anything like that, but yeah, a bit weird that they haven't picked up more subscribers. Like if I have a video that gets 80,000 views, chances are I'm picking up a lot of subscribers from that. I only have 12K, but like if my videos hit 80K, a lot of y'all are pressing the sub button, like, just statistically. Well, yeah, if you got a few million to boost a channel, it's pretty easy. But like, I don't know. It's weird. I don't know what to make of it. Maybe they made their videos into ads so that the views automatically increase when people get the ad. That could be. That could be. But I'm like, again, the view count being disproportionate with the number of subscribers, that I find intelligible. What I find unintelligible is the actual show itself. Like the production of it, the actual like existence of it, because I don't know. I don't know that they have the resources for this. Anyway, I know I'm just kind of lapsing into silence and thinking about it. It's just bizarre, It's just a bizarre thing. So I don't know what's going on with the Daily Wire anymore, but they're off their wild and trying to create evil NPR, and that's pretty weird. I guess Jeremy Boring's thing of making weird masculine off-brand razor commercials that I guess was a thing that had character to it, now that I think of it in retrospect. And I guess Ben Shapiro having the creative direction under his wing at Daily Wire is not the best idea, because he just wants evil NPR. Cool. Yeah, Jeremy Boring is gone. Yeah. I don't know what else to say about that, but there you are, folks. We did it. Whew. Now, folks, we've been going for over 4 hours. Hope y'all are doing all right. You doing okay? You know your content is ass when the CEO's last name is boring, right? Seems like those people are real. One of the guys they interview, etc., is from Pod Save America. Yeah, like I just don't understand why
the background
it
makes me think
feels
there's
so
something
uncanny.
up. These eps come out at 3:30 a.m. There shouldn't be a soul in that office aside from them and a producer. But there's lots of people walking around.
I mean, I think they're recorded the day before and then put out in the morning, but like even so, it's located in an office. It makes it seem like the rest of the Daily Wire staff is like walking around doing stuff. I don't believe the Daily Wire is laid out this way. I want to see like a behind the scenes that shows this particular studio in the middle of the Daily Wire offices. I think the Zoom people are real, but the hosts are not. That was kind of my impression too. I think that what happened is perhaps like the likenesses of the hosts were given to use in the production of this news program and are written as AI. I think anytime there are people in the studio and it's doing a shot reverse shot, I think that's AI. But then when they're actually talking or interviewing someone, that's not AI. Did you hear about Israel's attack on Iran? Yeah, we talked about it yesterday. What's your outlook for tomorrow? Any predictions? I mean, my main prediction is that it's going to be largely peaceful. They're going to be largely productive. And I think that it's going to be much, much, much bigger than last time. I think it's going to be very good. Because it's important to let people in power know how many people are united against them, you know? So I'm feeling very hopeful for tomorrow. And I know there are a lot of people doom saying about what could happen, but I think it's going to be okay, and I think we're gonna come out better for it. I saw the woman reading a teleprompter. I think they're real people, but they're using AI touch-up filters. Probably music, probably Gen AI. Script, probably Gen AI. Maybe. Oh yeah, Washington D.C. is gonna have a thunderstorm tomorrow too. That's what's really interesting to me, folks. That's if his parade gets rained on and there's just a national mobilization against him. That's gonna be so fucking funny. He's gonna be so mad. He's going to be so fucking mad if he can't have his dumb little parade. He's going to be so furious, and I hope that happens. No, not the birthday boy. Now, folks, I didn't actually tell you guys what you unlocked because I forgot. But you did, in fact, hit another tier on today's stream. And I think that we're going to end the stream early today. We are going to stream tomorrow, though. Don't worry about that. But tomorrow we'll watch some Happy Science Cult propaganda. You guys earned it today. And but you guys have to go get rest because I know for many, many, many of you, it is a big day tomorrow. And y'all are going to need to be well rested. Okay? Y'all are going to need to be well rested, and I don't want to keep you guys up until like 4 o'clock in the morning doing all this shit. Okay. Will Helen Keller be back? I have no idea. Can't make any promises or accurate predictions about what may or may not be in a Happy Science film. I'm going to my first protest tomorrow. Hell yeah, small moth. Small moths can do great things. Hell yeah. LDS? Nope, it's not an LDS. It is a Happy Science, which is very different. Yeah, you know who you are, chat. Go to bed so you can go to the protest. Exactly. Y'all, thanks for hanging out with me tonight. Appreciate it. Hope you had a good time on today's stream. And I'll see all of you tomorrow. We'll talk about how the protests are going. We'll do we'll do some cult anime, some peepo art maybe. We'll do all that stuff tomorrow, okay? It'll be a good time. Fine, I was going to bed anyway, Mom. Good night, everyone. Good night. I also really wanted to play Dragon Age the Veilguard, but I will also get to bed at a decent time. Good night, everyone. I hope the segments were good today, because I felt like maybe they were a bit lackluster. But you know, maybe that's also just fucking the shit getting to me. Good night, everyone. See you tomorrow. Bye.
In a pleasant wooded valley lived a huntsman tall and able. He relied on skill and cunning for the food upon his table. He would walk the forest shadows with his little son in tow, teaching him the archer's art and all that he should know. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low, for the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. In the valley there was freedom and a man was left to living, but as year gave way to year the ruling men grew less forgiving. On a day as black as death a governor to rule them came, turning landsmen into slaves, and Gessler was his name. In the center of the village, Gessler set a lofty pillar, and he ordered every subject, be he serf or be he miller, to do homage to the hat that Gessler placed atop the pole, or to forfeit to the crown his life, if not his soul. But the huntsman William Tell came into town the morning after. William heard of Gessler's order and could only roar with laughter. Honest men should hold a rank above a petty autocrat. I would never bow to him, I'll not bow to his hat. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low, for the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. Gessler's soldiers seized the huntsman and his little son for treason, but the people of the village cried for mercy and for reason. Gessler stays the execution, but a cruel test contrives. Prove to me your skill, and you may ransom back your lives. I have heard it said you have no peer with longbow and with arrow, that your shaft can find the quickest hare and fell the smallest sparrow. On the head of your young son I'll place an apple ripe and red. Split it with one shot, or at my word you both are dead. William Tell went to his son and said, I swear I will not hurt you. Courage will not bow to fear, nor shall this evil conquer virtue. Turn your face towards our home and stand as still as any tree. I will split the apple, we shall soon be home and free. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low, for the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. Every tongue was still and silent as the archer paced the distance. Gessler's soldiers lined the square and there was no hope of resistance. William knocked a single arrow, put his shoulders back and drew. Then the arrow sang and split the apple clean in two. All at once the crowd erupted into cheers and into chatter, and a second arrow fell from William's quiver with a clatter. Gessler said, why hold two arrows when I bid you shoot but one? That one would have found your heart if I had shot my son. Take the archer now and hang him, Gessler to his men was crying. But before the soldiers moved, the archer and his son were flying. From the shelter of the wood, the hunter loosed a final dart. Gessler died with William's arrow buried in his heart. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low, for the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low, for the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow.
Those who make peaceful revolution impossible will make violent revolution inevitable.